All right, everyone, we'd like to get started, please.
Okay. All right, everyone. Welcome to SAEM's Education Summit. The theme of our summit this year will be geared towards mid-career faculty who are stuck in the middle. My name is Laura O. I am faculty at Emory University. I'm co-chair of the summit along with Dr. Guy Camelli.
Hello, hello. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Guy Carmelli, and I'm coming to you from the University of Massachusetts. I've been really excited to work alongside Laura here and all the wonderful educators we have recruited for you today. Each year, the Education Summit is a half-day forum at SAM geared towards highlighting interesting topics within education, often around a specific theme. Some years we focus on early educators, while other years we focus on advanced skills for seasoned educators. Well, this year we decided to split the difference and cut things right in the middle. So focus on guiding faculty approaching the middle of their career. In the next 4 hours, we'll talk about a variety of career paths available to mid-career educators, what they can do to maintain career satisfaction, how to maximize their academic portfolio and develop a personal brand, how to manage their time and work with different individuals, and how to move forward after a professional setback. I mean, now that I reflect on this a little bit, I think this information is gold no matter what stage in your career you're at. So I hope everyone enjoys. Please keep your arms, feet, and legs inside the classroom at all times. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the Education Summit.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to begin the summit with our keynote trio. We welcome Doctors Cheryl Heron, John Balitz, and Risa Lewis, who will go through some highlights of their career transitions, and new beginnings. We'll have a chance to learn from the experiences of each speaker, and at the end, we'll have a little bit of a guided conversation. We have some prepared questions, but we also welcome questions from the audience if they would like to ask more about the experiences of these three esteemed speakers.
All right, family. All right, so hi, I'm Cheryl Heron, and this is what happens in mid-career, all right? Just, so if you're here, if you're looking for some, okay. No, so here are our disclosures, and I'm going to literally stand here on one leg, because I'm going to be here with our esteemed panelists, Reese and John, without which we couldn't do without Laura to get us started. And when we said second curves, I had a different opinion, but we're going to just keep moving in 8 minutes to get it rolling. So I do my life in this journey in sort of this book of life, right? Second curves, 6 chapters, anchored on something for me, which is equity and inclusion, diversity. But we're going to really talk about where you are at in your mid-career, but you can't really understand it without some of the anchors for me, which is on DEI. And so chapters 1 through 3, the early part of my life, I started 1996 at Emory University School of Medicine, and 2007 is kind of where I ended up, where you all ended up, and I ended up in my second career. So between that time, I will say, anchored in DEI, the power of leadership was real. Art Kellerman was our founding chair for the Department of Emergency Medicine in 1999. He got myself and Philip Shane to lead the residency program, and he really saw the value of DEI, which became my anchor and my vision, mission, and core values. Why is that important as I think through and get into my second career is because that vision, which I just lost, okay. That vision, which included quality care inclusive of all people for all people, grounded in the mission of advancing DEI through engagement of key organizational stakeholders, such as you all here, SAEM, ADIM, around personal and professional connections, core values, really culminated in multiple publications, as you see the Creating a Vision for Education and Leadership, which we know to get to mid-career and then further in your life, you need to publish. That is the anchor to move yourself forward. And so the Book of Life, thinking about that anchor for me on DEI, is what brought me to the second curves, and which is why some of you are here and thinking through what that looks like. So I'll just give you some examples for how that manifested for me. So you are here, for me, it was 2007. My life changed dramatically. 3 things happened of real growth. I got married in 2007. In 2007, I also got into ELAM, which is the Executive Leadership in Academic Medicine course. And in 2007, I became an assistant dean at that point. And so this was my "you are here" second curve. What am I going to do with my life? Things are happening. And so opportunity knocked, and I said, I'm going to go through this door of becoming and thinking about the deanship land, right? Because everyone thought, well, Cheryl, you're the ARD. You're probably going to go do PD land. That sounds like a good space for you. But I was at a crossroad in the same institution with the same anchors around DEI, and I had to make a decision. Is it time for a change? Yes, in my career trajectory, because I realized I did not want to be a PD. However, it was a different game in the same spot. I mentioned I was at Emory for 28 years this year, and that anchor brought me to 2020, where we all know what happened in 2020. The proliferation of DEI became the norm based on the murder of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, COVID-19, and 2020 opened the eyes for many of us in the DEI space. So the opportunity knocked for me because there was a position that opened up at Emory for the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer. I said, okay, game on, I'm in. Emory EM, SAEM, ADIEM got me ready, but the door closed. I was like, what's going on right now? So safe space, this is Vegas. Laura knows the story. I applied for the position. It took 1.5 years for them to figure it out, decide if you want to get in this position, and they gave the position to somebody else who didn't apply for the job, was of a lighter hue, and I was like, okay, that's interesting. So I had to make a decision, because when you get to that second curve, the computer either goes off or you make a decision. So I had to make a decision because challenges emerged during COVID. Needless to say, my world was shattered in 2021. First of all, I didn't get the job. Leon Haley died. My parents died. And Safe Space, Vegas, I actually got a job with Leon Haley, and I was going to move there. I was going to move. But I said, wow, my husband, right, you got to make decisions. He's like, I'm not moving to Jacksonville. No shade on Jacksonville, folks, but he said, I'm not moving to Jacksonville. I'm not moving to Florida. It's not going to happen. But my world was shattered professionally, and I said, am I going to leave, stay, what am I going to do? So what was in the book for me was this computer that doesn't work well, but, oh, for Christ's sake. So what was in the book for me was to make a decision about the end game and looking ahead. And so I stayed at Emory. I waited it out. Mentorship, sponsorship happened. The current Dean of Diversity and Inclusion took the job as CDIO and said I would only take it if Cheryl is a part of the narrative. And then she left to become a dean, and I became CDIO. So the end game for me was I anchored in DEI. I stuck with the realities of this curve in the same place in a different game, but never gave up on my anchors of DEI and stuck to the script and was very happy. So what ended up happening was I threw the dice and rolled the dice. I asked myself, well, when you think of second curves, you should really be thinking about the journey. Know your who, why, and what your resources are, and start early, right? So anchored in DEI, I sort of knew what that meant. Every step of this journey, from when I started in 1996 to where I am today, involved change, anxiety, and lots of questions, which I'm sure all of you have at this point in your life, and you just have to keep rinsing and repeating, because no matter where you are in your curves, I'm thinking about retirement. So I know some of y'all think y'all in your second curve, but probably some of y'all are in the bottom of the fourth quarter, and should be thinking about retirement not as a bad thing, but as a way to anchor yourself in the direction you want to go. And at Emory, know your resources, know what's there. They give you some steps, and this is just an example of what that looks like. So 4 to 5 years prior, you should be thinking about it. All the way to 0 to 1 month prior, you should be having your final steps. So why does it matter in your second curves? Because your second curves become your third curves very quickly. Time moves very fast, and it's good to have some working knowledge around what your resources are and what that looks like. And so for me, I love the beach. I did not do this on the beach, but these steps are really something to consider as you march off into the future, because life happens, you should live it, and in your second curves, take advantage of the resources that are there. There are a couple of references for you. I'm going to hobble back to my seat, and I'm going to give this over to John.
Does it work if I don't use the mic? Yeah, does that work for everybody? Feel free to record it. Oh, it's preferred to record? Yeah, no problem. Okay, I'll try to use it. Oh, no, it's okay. I guess it is on. Yeah, no, it should be fine. No problem. Alrighty, great to see so many friends here from both the med ed community and the POCUS community. Way to represent everybody. Appreciate it. But yeah, and really thank you to Laura for this opportunity to literally share the mic with two of my mentors, both Shara and Risa. This has just been so much fun to create and go through this process together, the four of us. So thank you. So my first curve really began with a new job. I had looked around for years, talked to my mentors. I even hired a professional coach. And finally, I left a really great gig at Cook County to go back to my medical school alma mater, Northwestern. But life just doesn't always go as planned. First, cancer also returned with me, and it took my mom's life. Second, my mother-in-law was unexpectedly diagnosed with cancer, and then it took her life very quickly, too. So now, raise your hands if you've ever been that ER attending who had to call a patient's family member and let them know that their loved one had just died. Okay? Keep your hands up if you've ever been that family member who got that call. Yeah. So my run of 3 really bad cases ended shortly thereafter when I got that call that my little sister had just died unexpectedly. It was a lot, but it's okay. We're all okay now. But back at Northwestern, despite having read every book about mid-career transitions, taking everyone out to lunch, et cetera, we likewise just seem to face new crisis after new crisis. No problem. I had always been that sort of level-headed guy that everybody went to in tough situations. But now, frankly, I was shell-shocked. I was in a new culture, and I didn't have my county crew right across the hall. All right. As Cheryl so brilliantly said, this is definitely the honesty hour, but this is not meant to be a pity party. I know that many of you in this room have suffered even more. But as we'll see in the slides ahead, it's really how we respond together to life's challenges that ultimately matters. So although I didn't know it then, what I was going through was actually very common in middle age and middle career. Harvard Business School's Arthur Brooks talks about this in his book, Strength to Strength. This decline in life satisfaction that many of you may be feeling right now is very common and normal in middle space. This messy time that we're in right now of seemingly shifting and constantly increasing roles and responsibilities. Those little kids we used to love so much, now they're these big teenagers that we mostly still like, but now need to worry a whole lot more about. Those parents that used to help us, well, now they really need our help, and they're not always so golden years. And at work, we've finally been promoted into managing and even leading teams, but sometimes without the needed support when we need it the most. And heck, you just can't be mad at the boss anymore, because guess what? Now you are a boss. So what do you do when you have lots of kids and lots of med school loans, ironically to the place you work? Well, you work a lot of extra shifts, right? So when I was moonlighting during this mess, I had that hypoxic, hypotensive GI bleeder. I thought I had my trusty Mac 3 GlideScope blade, but guess what? I had that frickin' hyperangulated one, and I just couldn't get the tube up through the cords. So I asked my younger partner to take a look. They got stuck too, and finally we were able to get that really anterior intubation. But why was I seemingly unable to rapidly adapt to this hyperangulated blade? I'm an ultrasound guy, come on, right? All right. Well, Brooks goes on to describe that not only does our life satisfaction decline, but actually so does our fluid intelligence, or those raw smarts that really helped us adapt quickly as residents and young attendings. Well, this is a really great talk, John. You've now told us that we're all less satisfied and less intelligent. That's right. Mid-career can really frickin' stink at times. But what you're feeling is totally normal. And Brooks goes on to explain that in the second half of our lives, our life satisfaction can actually come back and even reach higher levels. Our first curves bring us face to face with the primal importance of relationships to our life satisfaction, our career satisfaction, and ultimately even our longevity. This lesson plays out time and time again in the lives of the adults enrolled in the Harvard study of adult development, which Brooks references time and time again and is described in this book very nicely, The Good Life. So what did I do? Well, I was in a new shop without my county crew across the hall, so I actually leaned into many of the people who are here in this room right now and even speaking with me today. We learned during COVID that coffee still tastes great over Zoom, and today we still get together quite a bit to talk, sometimes cry a little bit, but mostly just laugh as we make it through mid-career in this middle space. With their help, I leaned into the relationships closer to home too. Trips to the beach with my little kids have now turned into service trips with my teenagers. And endless marathon training has now turned into driveway workouts with my neighbors. So Brooks concludes by explaining that not only does our life satisfaction increase, but so actually does our crystallized intelligence, or that ability to find meaning in life and really be that great servant leader that we always needed and wanted to be. So now becomes the perfect time to finally jump off the hedonic treadmill of early career academia that we've all been running on and really start to share our wisdom that we've all spent so much time earning. So back at Northwestern now, I try to focus more on listening deeply and then asking beautiful questions to help everyone contribute and ultimately become better. I try to share my historical wisdom with my Gen Z MBA classmates to hopefully create a better business of healthcare for everyone. I try to spend a lot more time mentoring to help other people find joy and make an impact rather than taking what was actually another awkward step on somebody else's career ladder. I always try to sponsor and support new educators through my work in ASAP education rather than writing more and more questions for ABEM. Sorry, Earl, if you're in the room. And lastly, I coordinate conferences and even speaker coaching programs to help other speakers give their best talk yet, rather than giving yet another bad talk like this one, right? So, sorry, a little bit of cottonmouth, a little bit of Arizona cottonmouth. I don't want to end with cottonmouth. So ultimately, we don't have anything to prove anymore. We can be authentic and we can be vulnerable, and we can ask that digital native resident to help us better use that hyperangulated blade, and we can teach them when and how to do DL and cricothyrotomy too. So what did I really learn from the mess of my mid-career? Well, life definitely is a roller coaster. Sadly, our life satisfaction does go down as our raw smarts really begin to fade. You're normal. This is okay. But by focusing less and less on the accomplishments that create more and more titles, and instead focusing more on the experiences that create great relationships, our life satisfaction rebounds to new heights, and we can share that hard-earned wisdom with the next generation. So, thanks again, Laura, for this chance to share my story. So I'll pay it forward by ending with a homework assignment for everyone. While you're here at SAEM, Cheryl, I got the, so while you're here at SAEM, I encourage everybody to have coffee with a couple of your colleagues. Reflect on your career and think about a couple of changes you can make to your life and career back home to help everyone better enjoy the ride. Thank you very much, everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Risa Lewis. I'm not sure why I was asked to be a part of the panel. I'm neither mid-career nor middle-aged. It's been such a pleasure, as you've probably gotten the feeling. We had such a good time preparing for this panel, and I'm very appreciative to be invited to speak with you today, to speak a bit about blocks, curves, and pivots to finding my voice, with a thought that through my journey, you think about finding your own voice. Let us know when you want to come back. That's what they told me when I finished emergency medicine residency in Boston. They offered me jobs to stay. I moved to New York City to do an ultrasound fellowship. They did try to recruit me for a few years, and finally they said, let us know when you want to come back. So, to be clear, I'm very familiar with the currency of academic emergency medicine. It's not really money. It's not time, although time can only be spent. We can't put it into a savings account. It's not refundable. It's publishing, writing and publishing. I wasn't naive to this. So when I called Boston and said, I'm ready to come back, they said, I'm going to shift. Can I give you a call after shift? I said, sure. They called me back and they said, Risa, I PubMeded you. What have you been doing in New York City? It wasn't what they said, it was the way they said it. Now, to be clear, as I shared, I know who the subject matter experts are in emergency medicine and even in ultrasound, and they published. And here I was, 7 years into my faculty career. I had built programs. I was running a fellowship and an ultrasound program. We were doing QA for better patient safety. I was having busy emergency department shifts with very sick patients. We were doing education courses for all levels of trainee, regionally, nationally, internationally. But guess what? I wasn't publishing. So to be clear, this is 7 years into my faculty career. The one at the bottom, number 109, central giant cell granuloma of the hard palate, that's when I thought I was going to be an ENT doctor, published in medical school. And the one, 106, gynecologic disorders and geriatric emergency medicine, that was a resident talk that I finally got published. So you get the idea. So I was faced with this large, overwhelming task, this big thing that I didn't know how to navigate. And we started something towards breaking it down into small, fundamental building blocks, small units, we'll call them micro skills: reading, writing, and reviewing. Now, if you know me, I'm a reader. I love books. But in this case, I'm specifically talking about books to teach you how to write. And I could tell you many, but I'm going to highlight this one by Zinsser on Writing Well, the classic guide to writing nonfiction. This book really spoke to me. There's actually a chapter on specifically scientific and medical writing. He talks about this economy of words, shortening your sentences, decluttering your sentences, not trying to sound flowery and long just for the sake of it. He also talked about you have to be authentically you. If I wrote like Cheryl, it wouldn't sound like Risa. If Cheryl wrote like Risa, it wouldn't sound like Cheryl. Readers can tell when you're being authentically yourself in your writing. And finally, you have to really love words, so much so that you have a dictionary or at least Google available to look up words on a regular basis. So I started speaking to people and asking them about their writing practice, asking how they did it, what they did on a regular basis, and oh, by the way, can I join you on a writing project so I can learn from you? Calendaring. There's a great article in Academic Emergency Medicine, Tuesday is for Writing, by Steve Lowenstein. He actually, deliberate practice, put writing on the calendar. This couldn't be canceled, this couldn't be interrupted. No emailing, no phone. How many are familiar with the Pomodoro? Pomodoro, love it. 25 minutes, deliberate practice, focused work, 5-minute break. Repeat, repeat. After 3 to 4 cycles, you can take a longer break. This helped me organize time. It helped me avoid my procrastination. And then ultimately, you have to write. So I talked about that case report. And to be clear, I actually didn't write much. It was literally, they needed me to take it over the finish line. I read author guidelines, and I learned how to submit. Write a cover letter, write a title page, and it was accepted. As I was becoming more experienced, more versed in emergency medicine and ultrasound, and learning what it took to become a subject matter expert, I realized that you can actually publish about education innovations. When I became the president of the Academy of Emergency Ultrasound, we had 4 unscheduled hours, and people said, oh, we'll probably have a lot of lectures on ultrasound. I said, no. I had watched our colleagues that had devised SimWars, and I thought it was brilliant. I'd also taken a Coursera course on gamification. So I said, let's do a games. And together with the founders, we wrote it up as an education innovation and published it in the Journal of Ultrasound and Medicine. This is our 11th year. Finally, as we were looking to codify, standardize, and organize ultrasound within emergency medicine, we started speaking with ABEM. They said, we think focused practice designation is the way to go, but guess what? You need to publish a curriculum. With a group of authors, we published the core content of clinical ultrasonography, ultrasound fellowship training. I share these with you to kind of walk you through my journey of how things slowly built and how we broke it down into these small, fundamental pieces to get the large goal. Reviewing. I was sitting with a mentor who said, Risa, you're well on your way. You're doing all the academic stuff. You're speaking, you have leadership positions, you're writing, but why aren't you reviewing? And I thought, well, I guess I thought I needed to be asked to review, or you can't review for your journal unless you publish in that journal. He said, no. You just write an email to the editor-in-chief and say, can I be a peer reviewer for your journal? Next thing I knew, I was a peer reviewer. The importance of peer reviewing cannot be understated. You learn what is submitted, you learn what is publishable. You actually get ideas for methodologies for your own projects, your own education innovations, etc. Blocks, curves, and pivots. Like everybody in the room, and like what my colleagues shared, everything changed. About 10 years ago, I was asked to give a TED Med talk, and we talked about ultrasound as a disruptive innovation. But the thing is, to be clear, ultrasound had been around a long time, and that year, everybody and everything seemed to be called a disruptive innovation. It was about as common as restaurants starting to serve avocado toast. But ultrasound was a disruptive innovation, and the reason I share this transformational experience for me is they matched me with a chief storyteller. I had no idea there was such a thing as a chief storyteller. It completely changed the way I presented. I started integrating personal stories, professional stories, patient stories in a HIPAA-compliant, professional, ethical way, and I saw the connection with the audience, and I was forever changed. A few years later, I was speaking to thousands of people at SMAC, Das SMAC in Berlin, and I somehow was able to weave together the 4 tragic dog deaths of the Lewis family. Lewis is my last name. Growing up, we had had these 4 tragic dog deaths, which that's another story, another lecture, and I talked about how that helped me learn about building programs, clinical excellence, research, administration, and education. In 2019, I was asked to be a founding member of Time's Up Healthcare. Now, maybe you're not familiar, but you're probably familiar with the Me Too movement, which were the narratives coming out of the workplace regarding bias and harassment. Time's Up became the organization that looked at prevention, treatment, and addressing workplace challenges. I met a bunch of very inspiring women physicians who opened my mind. We don't just need to publish. We shouldn't just publish for academics. We can actually publish in mainstream outlets. And arguably, that is potentially impactful and has a voice in a way that some of our outlets don't because of accessibility. And finally, COVID. And COVID is when I decided to start putting that to paper, working towards these mainstream outlets and starting a podcast. Dr. Adara Landry and I started speaking, and she said, Risa, do you think that I can be a mentor and make that my academic expertise? I said, well, you're already a subject matter expert. And she said, can I publish? I said, definitely, it's publishable. And I said, if you ever want to write something together, let me know. She followed up, and in 2020, we had our first article in Harvard Business Review, What Efficient Mentorship Looks Like. And you remember, everybody was looking to take things off their plate. It was an overwhelming time. But we flipped it 180 and said, now's not the time to take mentorship off your plate. It can be energizing. And we talked about something called fuel-efficient mentorship. Rather than having 5 one-hour meetings with 5 different mentees, crowdsource. Invite all 5 to a 1-hour meeting. Not only are you then mentoring group in an efficient manner, you're creating a peer mentoring group amongst them. I'm going to share one more of these articles that we put together in Fast Company 2022, How to Write a Letter of Recommendation for Yourself. I will never forget when I was applying for a job and I went to my supervisor and I said, can you please write me a letter of recommendation? He said, sure, Risa, can you draft it and send it to me? My jaw dropped. Was he scudding me out? Is he lazy? Is that even legal? So it turns out this is very, very common practice, and everybody in the room probably knows that. But do you remember when you realized that that was common practice? No one told us. So we wrote this article, and this has actually been one of our more popular articles because we'd had so many experiences with navigating the workplace and learning how to navigate the workplace if only anybody had just told us how. This is some slides from some episodes of the podcast. And again, this is all about the curves, the pivots, the blocks to finding my voice with the goal of inspiring you to make sure you're realizing your voice because no one is coming to save you. Now is the time to find and use your voice. So this podcast is called The Visible Voices, amplifying people with subject matter expertise or doing interesting things in healthcare equity and current trends, with the goal of the people that we hear, the people we see, maybe are not historically the people we see and hear. The bottom right, for example, is Dr. Natalia Chambers, who's the first ever chief dental officer. We were talking about oral health, dental health, social determinants of health. The upper left is myself and Dr. Adara Landry. We just came out with a book last month where Soledad O'Brien was able to interview us, and we talked about microskills. In terms of realizing this voice, in February of 2020, I sat with Gloria Steinem for a podcast episode. And towards the end of that episode, I said, Gloria, what would you say to the listeners who are wondering, should I use my voice? I'm a little afraid. I'm worried about retaliation. What if there are negative consequences? And she looked at me absolutely puzzled. She said, well, you have a voice. Why wouldn't you not use it? So I'll end by sharing that last month we did drop a book. It's called Microskills, Small Actions, Big Impact. And it is the professional book that we wish we had when we were starting on this journey. And I share that because navigating to mid-career, the blocks, the pivots, the curves, there are ways to do it, and there's certainly more efficient ways to do it. So I hope you all realize your voice. Make sure you make the pivot, navigate the curves, and know that the blocks are actually a message for you to grow and learn a different way of doing things. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our esteemed trio for sharing their rich career and life experiences. I'm going to walk around in case anyone has questions for our panelists. If not, I have some prepared questions, but... Oh, okay. Maybe this is at my... All right, so sorry about that. Oh, better. Okay, so does anyone have questions for our trio? In the back. Okay. Back. Okay, well then I have a question for our trio. All right, so have you ever had the experience where you reached a major career goal, was fulfilled by reaching it, and then had the sense of loss or emptiness when that role expired or the experience was over? How do you sustain passion over a long career?
You're trying to interpret the question. So I can answer that. So I think I heard you ask, did you feel some sort of loss when you moved on from another career or something like that?
So I guess like if you reach a long desired career goal early and then you feel fulfilled by it, but then it comes to a close, either through a term limit or because you move on from the experience, then you have the sensation of loss. How do you keep going after that? Like how do you sustain your passion over a long career?
So I would say, at least for me, I never look at it as a loss, actually. I look at it as a foundational building block for the next step. I never looked at leaving, the position of an ARD as a loss. I looked at it as part of the building blocks to the foundation that I was passionate around, which was around DEI. And I also knew that the foundation that was laid was being carried and, taken by the department I was in. So it may be a different answer because I was in my position at my space for 27, 28 years. And I never saw it as, although some people say, Cheryl, you can't leave that job. I said, I'm fine, I'm still here. So I never lost the essence of who I was and who I am as a leader in this space. So I never really saw it as a loss. I saw it as an evolution.
Yeah, I just might riff on that a little bit more. I think it's interesting when you transition from one position to another, or when a big event that you've been planning ends. There is a tendency to want to grab it and hold on to it and continue to think about how it could have been better. But honestly, it's best just as Cheryl said, be proud of the work you've done, and always tell yourself that was outstanding. But now I'm just going to allow myself to relax, spend a little bit more time on my other projects with my family, and then think strategically about what you want to do rather than grabbing the next thing just because you want to be doing something and you've been used to going so fast.
I want to... I was just going to say that I think it's not modeled well sometimes, growth mindset versus scarcity mindset. And I think a lot of what drives us, or what we see often, is scarcity mindset with people holding on positions for too long. You know, I'm a big believer in term limits, and we're not yet seeing that. And I think the more we can really hold on to growth mindset and sort of know that, like, you've accomplished, and actually the growth mindset says, where can I go next? Where can I expand my skill set? Where can I apply it? And let me actually allow space. True mentorship and sponsorship is actually thinking about your heir apparent and actually creating that space and allowing that space. But I think we see, and this is based on leadership in medicine, it's not just medicine, many industries, people age. There's no term limits, and there absolutely, I believe, need to be term limits to allow that. And the Mayo Clinic is one example of a hospital system that has really integrated this nicely, and it works.
All right. So the next question, have you ever made a career transition that did not go smoothly? What were the errors? What were the lessons learned?
Oh, well, I think I gave an 8-minute talk on it just a little bit ago. But I think, yeah, when you make a career transition, sometimes things go wrong, not because of anything you did, just because of life circumstances. And yeah, I think, again, just leaning back on your mentors, leaning back on your colleagues, even if that's not at your shop, but reaching out to peers at other similar academic centers to get great advice and independent advice is oftentimes very, very helpful.
Oh, there's a question.
Oh, thank you, Jeremy, for rescuing me.
Sure.
All right, Jill. Wow, sorry. So work, sleep, family, fitness, friends, you get 3, right? Some of us have heard that. A lot of us have heard that. And you talked about the Pomodoro technique, but do you guys have other, just from a general like time management skills, as you're in this place where in your mid-career, you're really kind of juggling a lot of those 5. Just love to hear your thoughts on that.
So I'm going to channel my husband Boniface here, and he has a theory called the 3 Fs, and I'm going to keep it clean. And you know, it's not scientifically driven, but it has certainly worked for me, and hopefully it'll help you, where, you know, you should, his opinion, and I've adopted it wholeheartedly, anchor your life on the Fs that matter. And the Fs are the food. It's what you need to live, sustain, survive, right? You need food, whether it's spiritual, what you eat. You can't function without food. Right? You need finances, and not to say you worship money, but we should be all grateful for the financial freedom we get with the work that we do, and humbling ourselves in that gratitude is something that can help guide your yeses and or your nos, depending on where you are. And the third F, you can figure out what that is, right? It's what you need to reproduce and or have fun at home with your family members, right? So you can determine what that F is. And my husband made it simple. He said he or she or they with the most Fs gets your attention. Let me say it again. He or she or they with the most Fs get your attention. So if my husband happened to call me right now in the middle of a talk, I would look, I'd say, excuse me, you all have some Fs, but he has all of them. And I would have to respond to my husband in a very, you know, it's because it may be an emergency. And so he doesn't call me frivolously, but if there's he knows I'm speaking, and I love you all, but you have maybe a little F, but not all of them. And so when you think about that, in the journey that you're in, sometimes you have to pause and give yourself permission to realize, well, this situation requires the most F. If Dave Wright walks in here, he's my chair, he has a big F, and he knows this, but my husband has more Fs, so I triage. And so you triage you laugh, but it's true. And here's the kicker. We spend and give a lot of attention to many things and or people who have no Fs. Let that marinate. And so you should ask yourself, how many Fs do they have? And if the answer is none, then you'll be fine. I see a head nod. You're feeling me, right? You got that? Yes. How many Fs?
I was going to add, you know, I was fully brainwashed academic, as you saw by the way I did all these things. And I used to believe that I didn't need to sleep. and that burning the midnight oil, working 12 hours, the more I worked, the more I got done. And then through books, and there's one book called Rest, I learned about this concept of deliberate rest, which is 180 from deliberate practice. And the more you spend time with the family, the more you make sure you take a nap, the more you share meals with people, the more you walk in nature, when you go back, you are more focused, you're more productive. So I started sort of that whole work smarter, not harder, and the productivity actually equaled, if not soared. So I definitely think it's hard to resist that because, work is a place of comfort for many of us. We're good at it, and it gets rewarded. And, it's a very nice societal way to get things done. But I think adopting the concept of productive rest. And one other thing I'll say is medicine doesn't model for us how to take care of ourselves. It's people gets bragging rights if they don't need to sleep. Many of us talk about almost falling asleep after overnight shifts, or I a few times fell asleep if I sat down on the subway and I missed my stop in Manhattan, I'd wake up in Queens. So it's funny, but it's not funny. Also, we don't call in sick when we're sick. How many people walk around with an IV in their arm if they have a migraine headache or bad gastroenteritis or hyperemesis? The things that we do because it's the culture. And so I think, culture change is slow. However, we can exercise our individual agency. And I think it's modeling that for ourselves, but then our teams, because teams are watching, trainees are watching. So it's not just medicine, but medicine's a really good example.
Yeah, I think whoa, there you go. From not loud enough to too loud. So I think the only additions I would make to these great thoughts already is just taking the time each week to be reflective and think about the week behind you and the week ahead, particularly if you and your partner have kids. That's very, very helpful in figuring out which shifts you need to get out of and which ones you might need to pick up. And then, at the start of each day, when you're non-clinical, making sure that your things to do list reflects your priorities, because there's a lot of stuff that can frankly wait and just keeps getting moved down, and that's probably okay. Because just as Risa and Cheryl pointed out, particularly as we get older, we just can't task switch like how we did before, and sleep deprivation really has a much bigger lag on us than it did earlier in our career. So if you can keep the first things first and continually check in with your partner in each morning, you can get a lot more rest.
I think there was an audience question. I'm thrilled. Sarah?
Thank you for all of your advice so far. My question is something you said, John, resonated with me, which was the collector of titles. And I'm curious, now that I actually hold several titles that I don't need to go into, but what do I do? What do we do with the titles that we've collected as we consider the next curve or the next thing? Because you can't do the next thing and these things all at once.
You're not imagining it that people don't want to give up their titles. And this goes, I think, into the whole scarcity mindset and sort of the leaders and the patterns that are set before us. So I think we can be in charge of change, but I would never say give something up, but then you end up losing out what other people are. So I think it's speaking with something that we call the personal board of directors, the people you trust, your mentors, your besties, your sponsors, asking them, getting advice. There is something very liberating about giving things up and taking things off your plate to really being focused on the things that bring you joy. So I would speak with people you trust and get their input and see what, if you project what those titles might be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, or do you feel like that circle is closed, and by taking that title and that piece of work off your plate, that's going to free up some things that really are exciting to you?
Okay. Yeah, I think it's perfectly normal. And, when I mentor people at every stage, I always say, every 5 years, your life is going to shift. It just will. Like we think 10-year goals, long-term goals. No, it's every 5 years. We're human beings. We just can't pay attention to anything that long. But I always just have people think about, okay, what still brings you joy? What lets you make the impact on the world that you want to be having right now and for the next 5 years? And sometimes, as Risa said, the best thing you can do, hopefully you already were, but the best thing you can do is hand off that title to someone else and then be their mentor. Because, it can be very, very liberating, a little scary at first, but then very liberating and worth it on the other side.
Yeah.
All right, I think we have time for one more audience question.
This is going to build on that last question a little bit, which is, I find that this is a point in our lives where a lot of the life stuff, and I appreciate you guys talking about all the life things, all kind of come to a head. We're having families, our parents are getting older, trying to buy a house, all those things. And so while trying to focus on those things is really important for that balance, at the same time, we're trying to maintain these titles or give up these titles, and that means potentially giving away what we get our protected time for as well, while imagining titles that we want to strive for but don't have that yet. And so it's this intersection of all these things that are happening in a short period of time, which is where I find navigating some of these blocks and curves at the same time becomes a problem. How would you approach that?
It's a good question, and I think through that a lot, and I have in my life journey. And, to John's point about every 5 years, things change, or even before that. And so I go back and anchor on the things that drive me, my faith, my family, and the things that I know I am good at, and I just make a decision and choose. And sometimes you have to pause and or pivot to prioritize. There's a lot of P's there. What matters to you in your life, and only you know that, right? And the other piece I would say with that is give yourselves permission to articulate that loudly, because how we continually move, as hamsters on a trail, is how you are perceived. And if that's how you're perceived, you will get continually asked to do things, and then you sort of go on this circle of no return, and then you end up feeling, oh my God, I have 1,000 things I need to do, where I probably should be limiting, as we get to our second curves, the realities of what you can do well, right? Because we can take on a lot of things, but are you doing them well? And so you have to decide for yourself, okay, what does that mean? What do I need to give up? And how does that look, in consultation with your family and your trusted board of directors to help you make those decisions. And at the last thing I would say there is, it's okay if you think, man, I don't know if that was the right decision. It's a decision, and it's probably okay.
All right, everyone, let's give a big round of applause for a fantastic trio. Thank you so much for sharing so much of your personal experiences and being vulnerable and being open with this group. All right, so I'm going to hand over the mic to Guy, who's going to explain the next part of our programming.
Well, we're actually going to take a 10-minute break while we get set up, and then I will let us know what the next part is.
You guys have a schedule for the day? It'd be nice to know, yeah, that'd be helpful just to know.
I wish it was on the app.
Hi, nice to see you. Hi. I don't know that we've met before, but nice to meet you again, Adira.
I've seen your photo many times before.
Yes, I've seen you before.
Just to let you guys know, I'm putting up the schedule while we're getting set up.
At the, I met you and Michelle Lynn, the UCSF Michelle Lynn, at the same time when I was a resident at NYU, there was a conference, the resuscitation conference, I think in Vegas.
Yes.
And you had picked a few residents. I don't know if it was you or Scott Wine. I don't know who did it.
The Mondavia brothers.
Yes, someone picked a few residents to come out and fly out for free and do some stuff on Twitter or whatever. But I remember meeting you and Michelle at the same time, and you guys are both asking about, do we have Twitter?
Okay, great, thank you.
And I was just so intimidated. I sent you two, so I think yeah, the most recent one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do PDF because I hate when the fonts change.
Is the whites, does this do
Hi,
widescreen?
nice to meet you, of course.
'Cause they said we had to send widescreen.
How does this go to?
You should just do present. Present.
Okay, great. And,
You want to just check just to make sure, though?
Oh, sure.
It's just that your screen's not showing. I think that's the
No,
issue.
it's a separate screen, so I guess I just drag it over.
Yeah. Yes. There you go.
yeah,
I
so
just
I
want to
could-
make sure that, and then we'll advance, or do you need me to stay here?
I guess we could see if the clicker works for this.
Who has the clicker?
Let's take a look at your stuff.
We have like 10 minutes or so.
8 minutes.
8.
No time for water. Is that not it? Where everyone's kind of hanging out? So just make sure this is yours. Yeah? You didn't make any changes. This is all.
Can you delete those two? Because I think
This
I planned it. Yeah. for
and
about 15
this.
That one right there.
This one?
Yes.
All right.
All right. That should.
Rest is good.
I think so.
You and your 45 slides for 15 minutes. But you go through them real quick. Okay, wonderful. So, I mean, I think it's fine for you to be sitting. You don't have to like sit on this table, and then we just grab you. Well, you're gonna be first, right? So there's a Q&A.
After the end
That's
of
right.
mine.
That's immediately.
No. After all three of you, I think
Oh, I thought it
you.
was 15 minutes.
I don't remember being dead at all because I checked it before.
Maybe that's. Oh, yeah. Maybe that's good. Fine. We'll do a 5-minute Q&A with you. Yeah, I guess I interpreted that wrong. So
Yeah, I think the workshops are supposed to start at 3:30. So the way.
yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Check.
Great. And then, do you want a handheld? Do you want a lapel? Do you want to stand here? What do you want? Oh, so let's.
Check.
Actually, I'm friends with Rob Blankenship.
Oh,
He
really?
works with you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I met him
He's a great guy. Yeah.
through Equinox.
Oh, the Cosmos. Yes. I have a Cosmos. Yes, I do. I loaned it out to one of my colleagues, and I'm waiting for her to give it back because it needs to be charged up.
Check.
But, yeah, I thought if I have a handheld, then maybe I'm going to be able
Is this
to
loud enough,
maintain
you
my
think?
skills because I've gone to so many courses.
Hello.
Enough, and then I lose myself because I'm not using it constantly. So, is that something that you're doing regularly?
I'm not as much anymore. I sort of pivoted my career towards writing, but I was doing a lot of ultrasound.
Okay.
And that's how I met him.
Yeah.
We were both on the same team.
So how did you meet him? Just through the company?
We were both in the same company. We're
Oh.
both consultants.
Okay, nice.
And so we worked together for about 2 years, actually.
Yeah. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah.
I just wanted to check in, make sure we get this clip. Let me spin this around because that's going to be a problem. All right. And you just clip it in there. That should be perfect.
Is it already on?
Let me see. Yeah, it's turned on.
I don't know if this is on. Are you going to be able to stay for this one, or you have?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, do you mind taking some photos?
I was waiting for it.
I don't have any. Oh, how are you? It was good, and I'm staying in Camelback East, so I'm not like very close here. I wanted to stay a little bit further out,
Yeah. Okay.
just to like not be
I'm
so.
not the best restrooms here.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm a little.
Sometimes you get too absorbed. Other like.
Yes. So I was wondering. My mom's she's coming in today, and I think some more people are coming in. So we're gonna, right after this, go to dinner or something. I'm not so sure. But you said tomorrow you want to go out. Is it tomorrow or Friday?
Tomorrow I don't have anything until I talk, so.
Oh, okay. I'll text you. My mom usually sleeps in for a bit,
Okay,
so.
I know with the East Coast time it's a little bit funny.
Yes,
I was like getting up
that
super
is
fresh
true
at 6
too.
a.m. and I was like, oh wait, it's because it's 9 o'clock back.
Yeah. She'll probably be sleeping for a bit. Usually she doesn't wake up until about 10 or so. She's retired, so she just sleeps in.
Oh, nice. Like, how did we get there?
I know.
Are the kids coming too then, or just?
No, it's too much to travel with them.
It's so fun to watch it. Like, I'm cold and stuff. It's like, let me not comment on every single thing. It's really good. She's on still, like, she had exams this week, so like, I'm like, really behind there. She's like, okay, after your exams, what do you do? I'm like, the self-care one, and then like the organizing the tasks and stuff. Yeah. Okay.
How are you? Did you find your spot?
Not yet. I haven't.
Is this a good place for library?
Yes, yeah. I'm going to look into it. My mom's flying in, and then maybe some more people are flying in too.
I would go to Scottsdale.
Yeah. Phoenix seems like it's more commercial. It's all more like
Fuck this.
which I love. But it does seem like it's more like the commercial side, and it does seem like Scottsdale. I'm not saying it's Scottsdale, but I was like, wow.
Like close to 1,000. Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
Good to see you. Smar's gonna be excited.
It's a jacket that
So
says
she has exams this week. But I told her I was finishing it. So she has her. I should literally
Yes.
go higher recepts over
We have a talk tomorrow, right?
how this memories was like taking
I think we do. I think we have a panel.
one day at a time.
I know, that's exactly how I am. Okay, I'll sit down.
All right, everyone. So let's just keep things on track. We have 3 great didactics for you, mini didactics. We're going to be doing 15 minutes followed by Q&A after each session. So I want to first introduce Adara Landry. She's going to be talking about building an academic brand through non-traditional scholarship. All right.
All right, can you all hear me up here? Yes, perfect. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited. That was such a great session earlier today, so thank you to those speakers. I am really excited to be speaking to you today about building a brand through non-traditional publishing. And what I mean by that is publishing op-eds, perspective pieces, essays, personal essays for non-academic outlets, and some academic outlets as well, but not the traditional research, literature reviews, case series, case studies types of writing. And I got sort of thrown into this when I was at a point in my career where I also had too many titles, and I felt like I was stuck in meetings, doing meetings, and I didn't really have a brand behind the work that I was doing. I wasn't publishing, I wasn't speaking, I wasn't leading any committees, I didn't have a national reputation. And it was actually only after I had stepped down from some of those roles that I freed up the time to create the brand for the work that I was doing, which is just kind of a funny thing. So I want to talk a little bit about building a brand and why it's important, especially in your mid-career. I think there's probably people in this room who are doing really important work that maybe only your local community knows about. The people who you're interacting with within your department or within your office. But when it comes to a regional reputation or a national or international reputation, your work, your efforts, your expertise might not be easily recognized. And one way to help build that brand is through writing. It's through writing various types of articles that I'll talk about today, because it really helps sort of expand your market. So why non-traditional? Why did I move towards writing for places like Harvard Business Review, Fast Company, the Boston Globe? Well, the biggest thing is the speed. I found myself really sort of logged down by this whole go get an IRB and then go get a large grant and enroll patients. And it would take 2 or 3 years for that process to finish before something got ready for publication. And then I had to go submit it. And that time just was really draining for me. And so writing more for these like lay press audiences, you could write something on Monday and it's literally out to the audience by Friday. And so I just got really addicted to that speed. The other thing that's really nice about non-traditional writing is you get a lot of feedback, especially with social media. People can comment much more quickly. I feel that I get more comments about my non-traditional publications than I do my research, because I'm not even sure people are reading my research. I don't get any comments usually. But when I write for more of a lay press audience, something personal or even about the workplace, I get a lot of directed feedback, and that makes me a better writer once I hear those sorts of comments. The reach is actually very different. So when you're writing for a non-academic outlet, let's say like a USA Today or LA Times, you're hitting 60 million readers a month. So your article, let's say if it's on the front page, could literally reach millions of people. And that's a lot different than what it would be like for most of our traditional academic outlets. So your reach is just totally exponentially growing when you start to veer away from the traditional writing. It's a new market, so you're now outside of just your niche. Let's say you were traditionally doing ultrasound. Now you're reaching people who are outside of that specialty and really branching all the people you're interacting with through your work. It's a new language. When you're writing outside of academia, you're using new words, new resources. It's a whole different way of writing. And you can collaborate with new people. I've collaborated with folks outside of medicine, outside of healthcare, outside of my institution. And because of the speed, I can build up my network of collaborators much more fast. And then the other thing that people don't know is that actually there's a payment option here too. So like when I write for Teen Vogue, there's a small little honorarium that comes with some of those. I don't know about you, I've never been paid for writing for academic outlets. So it's just a little nice cherry on top, but I don't do it for the money. It's not that much money, but they do pay you. And then the best part is that as you start to write and build your brand through writing, people come to you to speak about the topics. And that's probably the biggest kicker when it comes to building your national and international reputation, is that they see, oh, I saw that you published something in this large outlet. Can you come talk to me about it? And it's just going to get that visibility that you might not see if you're publishing in like a more small academic place. And then, of course, as you speak more, you get more ideas, you start writing more. So I love to teach strategy. So that was all about the inspiration as far as why to do it. Now I'm going to talk about how to do it. So the most important thing is searching for the story. No matter what you're writing, there should be a story, whether it's research or personal essays or a perspective opinion piece. There's always some current status that's opening the piece, the conflict or the problem, and then some resolution or call to action, right? So you always want to search for the story about what you're going to be writing about. For me, I always start with the self. My personal victories, my personal struggles, my personal questions, the things that are bothering me, because it's just so much natural for me to start from a place that I am really, really familiar with. So no matter what I'm writing about, it's always going to be like, why do I care about this topic? What do I see as the value? And so I'm thinking about my own problems, my own victories, my own points of confusion. For example, I'm writing an article now about menopause. I'm actually not menopausal or perimenopausal or postmenopausal, but I wanted to know about it. I will eventually get there. So I'm starting about this article thinking about my own journey in that direction. It's important to know what other people want to read this article too. And so I think about it in 4 different categories. Is it timely? Is there something going on today that makes this article really relevant? Is it creative? If I wanted to write an article about COVID, there's so many articles already about patients passing away and the stress of burnout for physicians. What am I adding that's new or different when it comes to writing a perspective piece or an op-ed on COVID? The language. Can I write this topic in a way that feels accessible to a larger lay audience outside of medicine? And then my favorite, obviously, is controversy, right? Like, can I make something that no one wants to talk about appeasing, appetizing? I wrote an article with actually recently Lewis about how we need to end 7 a.m. meetings, right? That's a controversial take, because I'm sure a lot of people in their department, they have 7 a.m. meetings. But it was a really fun topic to talk about. Obviously, when it comes to writing controversial topics, you want to run it past people who you trust just to make sure you're not going to lose your job, right? So that might be your hospital PR, right? You go to the PR so you can avoid HR. Isolate your learning points. So when I'm writing and creating that story, I'm thinking about the reader. I want my reader to come out of the article a different person than they were going into the article. So as I write something, I always want to make sure it's very clear, what do I want to teach? What do I want them to know? What do I want them to do? Next is selecting an outlet. We're talking about perspective pieces, opinion pieces, and that can go in the public spaces like New York Times, Boston Globe, LA Times, but also academia has a space for this too. NEJM, BMJ. So I'm always sort of dilly-dallying, thinking about which one is the best for me. And the way I usually break it down is by this sort of list of options here. I'm thinking about the key message. Who do I really want to hear this? Do I want other healthcare providers to hear this message? Or the lay press, right? Parents of the general community. The sources. Am I going to be using a lot of sources that are behind a PubMed paywall? Or am I going to be using things like CNN or TMZ, right? Like I can't submit a paper to NEJM and it's all my references are from TMZ, right? So I need to think about my references and where it's going. The competitiveness. Sometimes I'm writing something very casual and I don't think it actually is that strong of an article, but it's still interesting. I might not put it in the most competitive bracket. Of course, the turnaround is important. If I'm writing something, let's say on Father's Day, which is coming up next month, I probably wouldn't want to put it in an academic outlet because there's no way it's going to be out in a month. But it could be out within, CNN or MSNBC within a month. And then the precedent. Have they published this particular topic in the past? And of course, I'm thinking about my network because that might help me get into the outlet. And then some of these outlets have costs associated with it. So I'm thinking about all of this as I'm deciding between academic and lay press, and then even within lay press, which one do I want to pick? When it comes to the academic outlets, I'm always thinking about these three little tabs here. So the first are the caps and ceilings. Most important thing is author number. You don't want to start thinking about creating this large team of 7 or 8 authors, and then you try to write a perspective piece for NEJM, BMJ, because they have a cap of 3 or 4. So always thinking about the size of your team. I really do think that 2 to 3 is like a great sweet spot for this genre of writing. And then, of course, your word count, usually under 1,000 words. And then thinking about formatting, just the style and organization, and if they allow for spacing and subtitles. And then, of course, the submission process. All of this will be on usually the instructions for authors page within academic outlets. Early on, I think about recruitment of my authorship. So I'm thinking about who's going to be writing this with me. I love to write with new people, different people, and also the same people over and over again. It just helps build a culture of safety, but also expands my network. So as you are moving towards mid-senior career, think about bringing in your residents, your medical students. It's great for them to learn as well. And then forming writing groups. So Risa was up here earlier, Dr. Lewis. I write with her all the time, and I also have other writing groups with like Shri, for instance. And so I write with different people, and that helps move things along. And then assigning duties so that we can rotate. So not everyone's the first author every single time, but someone can be the second author, and keeping that fair. And so just being very thoughtful as you decide the order. Next is structuring your writing. I was told this really early on when I started writing, which is you need to read more. Initially, I thought that was quite offensive because I knew how to read. I was quite literate at the time. But what they meant was you need to study where you want to publish. And so now when I read something, before I even think about the beauty of the piece, I'm thinking about the structure and learning how they introduced the topic and how they introduced references. I'm more studying it than I'm actually enjoying it at this point. But the idea is like trying to learn the craft through reading and through studying. I truly think the best writers are the best readers. And so when I'm thinking about actually creating my piece, I usually start with what's the problem? What's going on? What is the issue? And why am I the one to be able to talk about it or to be able to write about it? And then I think about the position. So who am I? Like, what is it about my position and my expertise, my experience that leads me to be the best one to write this paper? And then I try to think about the evidence. Can I actually find 2 or 3 sources that will back up my perspective? What are those sources? Who are those sources? And then, of course, I end with a call to action. Now, you don't have to do it so rigid every single time, but it's nice to really start with this when you're beginning. I edit my article by thinking about the flow. Do the ideas connect really well to each other? I love to start with an outline that helps me see that the ideas are connecting. Are they clear? Is there anything that's confusing, especially for controversial topics? I want to make sure that every single sentence doesn't have a double or triple meaning. And then am I using the right voice? Because some outlets love casual voices, some like very formal voices, so I'm trying to match that as well. And then of course the word count. Always, if you can shorten the word count, it's going to be a stronger article. When it comes to submitting an article, just know that writing is a quiet sport. You're going to hear a lot of no responses. And if you're not hearing no responses, you're just not submitting enough, right? And so you're going to expect a lot of rejection. And there will be many times where you send something out and you thought, oh, for sure they're going to take it, and then they don't. That's just part of the process. Before I actually submit, I like to do a field test for many of these articles. So I have a group of people, I'm going to look at Sri again, who I might send an article to and say, hey, can you just read this? Let me know if there's any issues. I sometimes will ask very specific questions, like, can you read paragraph number 2 and let me know if this sounds confusing or is this offensive? And then I like to share credit depending on how much they help me back. So they might be a co-author depending on what sort of guidance they give me. They might be someone I just tag on social media later. But I want to think about just being kind back to them because they gave me some of their time. And of course, paying it forward when they have an article that they want me to read. Finding editors when you're talking about lay press can be quite tough. Sometimes they're online on the masthead, but sometimes you have to find them on social media through LinkedIn or through Twitter, and that's who you're submitting the article to. And sometimes they have, a portal that you can submit to. But many times I've used my network, someone who has published there before saying, hey, can you let me know how you published in this venue and connect me potentially with that editor. So sharing to learn more. So after you have finished your article, the most important thing is to share it. I know it seems very gross on Twitter and you're like, I don't want to publicize myself, but it's so true because the more you share, the more you learn, right? As you share, people will give you feedback. You can ask specific questions like, what did you like, what didn't you like? And then you take that information and then you become a better writer because now you have more guidance, more clarity on what resonated with people. So I share with my family, I share with my friends, I share on social media. I actually email my articles to my hospital PR so that when they send out their newsletter to the entire institution, they include my article in that list of all the publications. And so you just have to share it. And plus, the editors are counting how many clicks things get. So if it's not getting clicks, they're not going to be as excited to have you back. So you really do want to get those clicks up and send it out. So that is a whirlwind of how to write for the lay press. And I think we have time for questions, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. So let's get a question and I'll come to you.
That was really fantastic. Thanks. My question for you is, how do you deal with the institution? Because turnaround times from Monday to Friday, at least at my institution, they want to know if you're going on the news circuit, if you're writing an article. How do you vet this through, or do you not have to do that?
I just went through this. I submitted something to a news outlet in Boston, the Globe, and it was accepted. And then I was like, oh, I probably should run this past my hospital PR team. And so we over like a 72-hour window, we chiseled it down so it didn't get delayed. But they know how quickly these outlets move, so they're on it. And there's actually someone for most hospitals on 24/7 on call for media. And so at least for my institution, there's someone 24 hours, because if there's a big news issue and they need a doctor to comment on, there's someone who's going to help. So I would say get to know your hospital media team. I don't send every single article to them, though. I'm working on an article right now for Teen Vogue. They're not going to read that before because I know what's controversial. I know what's not. I'm not saying anything about patients or the hospital. So you kind of learn a little bit about when they should get involved.
Thank you. This was really eye-opening. So I'm going to start following in your footsteps now, maybe. What does your institution in terms of promotion think about the non-traditional submissions versus the New England Journal and all those kinds of things? Did you have trouble or difficulty? I can think probably of a few institutions in Philly that will not give the same amount of weight to these things as they would something that's more traditional.
The thing about this style of writing is that it opens doors to things that are valued by the academic institutions, such as talks, for instance. So I give a lot of lectures based off of the writing, and those lectures are very heavily valued. And then as I give more lectures, people invite me into their research projects and other types of writing. So it's a really great door opening experience. That being said, I was able to, when I went from instructor to assistant, I was able to use one NEJM paper, for instance. That was a perspective piece for my 3 critical papers. And that was unheard of, but because it was NEJM and because it had a high readership, they were like, well, you should include that one because this opened up so many more doors by publishing this piece. So I think it really depends on the article itself, the outlet, and what came after that, the outlet was done, the article was published. So because I gave a lot of lectures after that was published, they saw it had a lot of value.
The finding of a publisher, so you need to find the publisher first, submit to that person. You don't submit to the, make it up, Teen Vogue. That slide that you had, can you give a little bit more clarity around?
Yeah, so let's say you wanted to publish something for CNN, Teen Vogue, any of these places. You're going to usually go through an editor. And so the publisher would be the company, but the editor is the person who you're going to be working with, who's going to be editing and accepting your piece. And so sometimes the editor is easily available. You can just go to the website and see, tom@cnn.com is who you're going to submit your piece to. For instance, Time Magazine, it's very easy who you're going to submit to for each column. And so you would just send an email to them and say, hey, here's my pitch. I've written this article. It's this many words. It's on this topic. Sometimes I even attach the article to the email if it's done. Sometimes it's just an idea, but I ask them if they're interested in it. And then they will respond or not respond, more commonly not respond, but they will give you a response if they're interested, saying, this is great, here are my edits. And so you'll work with that particular editor. And then the great thing is that if they accept it, then the next time you want to write, you just go back to that direct editor. And because usually when you're submitting it for some of these places, it's just like a generic email, but then some individual will respond to you. And so now you have that individual personalized email address. It depends. Sometimes I send the pitch, sometimes I send the full article completed. And it just depends on the topic. For Teen Vogue, I usually send the topic first because it's a big article. It takes a lot of time to write. So I want to know if they're interested in it first. But for other places, I might just send the full article because I know, I can put this anywhere else if they don't take it. I can put it somewhere else. One other thing that I would say is as you're writing in this space, especially if you're going to try to do academic perspectives, opinion pieces, is to have a list of 3 or 4 places you can submit to. If in the event you get a rejection for your first, you want to make sure that you have a list of other backups, just like you would for research, right? And you want to make sure that there's something else, someplace else it could go.
And is it similar to academic writing that you would submit to one place at a time?
Yeah, you want to do one at a time. Usually give them about 7 days, 3 to 7 days to respond. And then you could definitely ping them and say, hey, I haven't heard back from you. Just want to make sure that you've seen this before I submit somewhere else. I would do that just one time, though. If they don't respond to that, then they're not interested.
That was a great talk. Thank you. And I agree with getting the permission from your hospital. When I was doing ASAP president stuff, when I get calls from Boston Globe or CNN, particularly in the military, to be very careful about what you can talk about and what you can't talk about. And I just reached out to our PR at university and said, this is what I'm doing. And for certain things, they would want to be on the call and muted so they could listen to the conversation. But other times, once they get to know you and they know you're not going to go on a tangent, they trust you to do a certain article or give a quote. That was fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, do you want the lapel? Yes.
How funny would it be? She's like having a conversation outside.
That would be hilarious.
All right, great. Is this on?
Okay, so now we have Dr. Amal Matut talking about being a thought leader.
All right, well, thank you. Can you guys hear me in the back? It doesn't really sound. Thumbs up? Can you hear me? All right. Well, thanks. Really appreciated the diversity of topics that we've had today. And I'm going to spend a little time focused, along with some of the other sessions today, on promotion. How many of you who are here how many of you are full professors? Raise your hand up if you're a full professor. All right. Now, if you're not a full professor, raise your hand. I just want to make sure everyone can raise your hand, all right? So, all right, if anyone just has a spinal cord syndrome, can't raise their hand. Usually at this time of day, there's a lot of people that won't raise your hand. Put your hands back up if you're not a full professor. Keep your hands up if you have an interest in getting promoted down the road. Okay, all right, good. Well, this is going to definitely relate to all of you folks. They were talking about the second curve lectures. This lecture is really for people on the first curve or second or third, or people just going around in a circle. If you feel like your career's kind of been going in a circle, then I think some of this stuff is going to be very, very relevant. And my career felt that way for quite some time as well. All right. This concept of, first of all, creating a niche in emergency medicine, I think is one of the most important things that you can do if you have an interest in the promotion process. And also there's a lot of other benefits to this as well that we'll briefly touch on. And becoming an expert or developing some type of recognition for national expertise is incredibly important in that sense as well. You might say, well, why bother? Well, there's a lot of important things that expertise can bring you. Number one, it can bring you a certain amount of satisfaction and self-value. It's kind of nice to be in a residency program, for example, or in a hospital and be thought of as the main hyperbarics person. Whenever there's a question about hyperbarics, there's one person that people will go to. If there's a critical care question that comes up, there might be one or two other people that everyone goes to. It gives you a sense of self-satisfaction about what you're doing if you're the go-to person. Right? There's also a lot of opportunities for increased academic productivity down the line. Once you've established a certain level of recognition, people are going to keep coming to you over and over and over with textbook chapters, opportunities for review articles. You talked about New England Journal. They tend to invite people that have national recognition in things. Opportunities for lectures, committee involvement, different collaborations, and also increased opportunities for other revenue generating activities, for example, medical malpractice or consulting work. So there's other things that it can lead to as well. Also, it's very important from the standpoint of promotion. For those people that are at the clinical instructor or assistant professor level, you should know that when you go up to associate professor, you're going to need a handful of letters from people that are associate or full professors from various places around the country as well as within. And when you go up for a full professor, you're going to need people who are at the full professor that are sending in letters of recommendation for you. And one of the things that those people are going to have to attest to is that you've achieved either regional or national recognition for associate professor, or national or international recognition in something if you're going up for a full professor. And if you haven't established a niche or some level of expertise, it's really difficult to write those letters. Many of us have to write those letters, and I'll tell you, when I look at a CV and a person has one article on GYN emergencies, and they did a lecture on wound care, and they did a simulation session on some cardiac emergencies, and they're all over the map, it's really difficult to write those letters. On the other hand, if the primary focus of your academic work is focused on one thing, it is really easy to write those letters, and those people have a much better chance of getting promoted. I spent a few years on the University of Maryland APT committee. In Maryland at the time was kind of a fairly old traditional type of place that really focused on publications. And it was interesting, the clinicians and the basic science folks on the APT committee all agreed on one thing. If you're going up for associate or definitely for full professor, they want you to be the go-to person. And I heard some of the folks say this, they're looking at the CV and the promotion packet and they say,
Where's the evidence that this person is the go-to person at this institution or in this department or in the state of Maryland or in the Middle Atlantic? Is this person the go-to person for cardiac emergencies or critical care or vent management, whatever it is? And in emergency medicine, it's kind of tough to do that because we love everything, right? We love the variety. And one of the things that you need to do if you're interested in the promotion process is you've got to be good at everything, but you find one particular area that you really pour yourself into. You know, there's a saying about being a jack of all trades and master of none. I tell you, in emergency medicine, be a jack of all trades and a master of one, at least one. And focus your career and your learning on that, all right? Now, expertise doesn't guarantee promotion, and depending on the type of institution you're at, you still need to publish or produce some other type of scholarly activity, whether it's lectures or promotion, maybe publishing in Teen Vogue, I don't know. I've never done that before. But scholarly activity doesn't have to be traditional research. There's other types of things that you can publish as well, and depending on your institution, it can be very, very highly valued. I want to do a case study here, story of an actual colleague, and we're going to call him Mike, all right, because that's actually his name. All right, so this is Mike Winters. Some of you may know him on the left. This is back when he was a junior faculty. Actually, he was probably a senior resident at this time. He went through our combined emergency medicine intro medicine program. I was his program director at the time, and he finished residency in 2004. Several years after that, he got married. He had 4 kids. He started living a real life, got a house, mowed his lawn, and so on. All right. Well, what do you do the first couple of years after you finish residency? You focus on developing good clinical skills, all right? No question. You've got to become a good clinician first and foremost if you're going to be a successful emergency physician. And that's what he did. And because he studied in 2 specialties, he had 2 different specialties worth of information that he really had to master in order to become board certified. He started working at one of our community affiliates, which is where most of our faculty start out. And along this time, as one of his mentors, I'm telling him, you've got to develop a niche in something. What do you want to develop a niche in? And just like everybody else, he loves everything. He did a lecture on GI emergencies. He did a lecture on ENT emergencies. He put together a curriculum and board review for the emergency medicine, internal medicine, combined residence. So he's doing a little bit of everything. Shortly after he finished, we made him the associate PD of the combined program because he had been through it. He knows the program really well. And one of the things that he wanted to do was to create a 6th-year option for these combined residents so that they could get board eligible in critical care. So instead of EMIM, he wanted to add a 6th year for critical care, and he was starting to develop this stronger interest in critical care. So he decided at some point early on as a faculty member that he wanted to focus his niche on the interface between emergency medicine and critical care. All right, fair enough. And again, this is back in 2004, 2005, where there were not critical care fellowships really available for new EM grads. You had to go through IM for the most part. Well, what kind of knowledge does that involve to develop a niche in critical care? Well, this is a list of some of the things that he wrote down: vent management, sepsis, vasopressors, and resuscitation, post-arrest care, and these are the things that you need to start maybe putting lectures together in and think about starting to write. So there's 5 steps, I think, of the 5 steps to developing your niche. Number 1, you need to gain expertise. How do you do that? Learn everything you can. Read everything you can. You see review articles, textbook chapters, case reports. Every time an intensive care physician comes down to consult on a patient, hit them up for some information. Why not? You can ask them questions about patients that aren't even in the emergency department. You know, I might do that with neurology. Neurology comes down, they see another patient, and I say, hey, by the way, I had a patient yesterday who had this problem. What would you do? Why not? If you're at an academic center, you've got experts from other specialties. Why are you not tapping into their expertise and increasing your own level of knowledge? So we start doing that. Local intensivists, and also listen to national lectures. We started getting podcasts. You guys know what audio cassettes are? So we bought audio cassettes from ASEP, which then turned to CDs and then streaming. And he would listen to every critical care lecture from ASEP, along with those that are recorded on eMed Home and some other sites. So he's learning from a lot of other experts in the field. And also attend some research meetings. There's a research meeting here. Go around to the posters that pertain to topics that you're interested in. If you're interested in sepsis, you should be looking at every poster that's being presented on something pertaining to sepsis, so you can find out about what's being looked at probably 3, 4, 5 years before it even gets published. Right? Let's go to those research meetings. Start teaching. Step 2, start teaching. Teach at every level. Don't just limit it to one level, but teach at every level. Locally, he started doing some lectures for the EM residents. He started putting together cadaver labs focused on critical procedures for EM and also internal medicine, and also the critical care folks. How valuable is that to the Department of Internal Medicine that their critical care fellows are being taught critical procedures? He started doing sessions for the medical students. Other things, well, he started looking at opportunities to lecture in family medicine on critical care topics, internal medicine, OBGYN, they need to learn some critical care stuff also. Why not? Why limit yourself to emergency medicine? And these are also people that might write your letters down the road. He started getting involved in regional lectures, Maryland ACEP. Maryland's got a relatively small chapter of ACEP. Some of you are from much bigger chapters. Take advantage of that. Get involved. And other type of healthcare providers. For example, Maryland has a chapter of the Maryland chapter of the Emergency Nurses Association. Why not ask them if, I mean, they're chomping at the bit to get physicians involved. And so he had an opportunity to lecture for the nursing associations as well. He got involved nationally. He started going to AAM and ACEP. I have a belief that every organization you're a member of that you pay dues to, you should be on a committee. Otherwise, what are you doing? Join a committee, join an interest group. Join a task force. If you're paying dues to an organization, you need to be on a committee for that organization, all right? And that's a networking opportunity and a way to meet more people. He sent some, after doing some lectures, Mel Herbert heard some of his lectures and started playing some of his lectures on MRAP, and we recorded him on eMed Home, and that led to invitations to do grand rounds at other institutions. And writing, step 3, get involved in writing. It doesn't have to be big time research, multi-center 50,000 patient NIH funded studies. It can be small studies. It can be small articles for EM reports, EM practice, textbook chapters. Every bit of writing counts, right? Depending on your institution, you might need to do peer review articles. So he started sending out proposals. Don't wait for people to invite you to do articles. Send a proposal. You know, the topic came up earlier about emailing editors and saying, hey, I'd like to be a peer reviewer for your journal. Well, how about if you email that journal and say, would you be interested in an article that I could, a review article on, name the topic. What's the worst they can do? They say no. But I'll promise you, if they haven't had that article written up recently, they'll probably say yes. And that's what he did with AGEM. And he started sending critical care literature updates, which he still does to this day, about 15, 20 years later, and he's getting other people involved in those articles also. Those are peer-reviewed journal articles, right? Get involved in the niche. Locally, he joined the University Sepsis Task Force, the Bloodstream Infection Central. I can't imagine how boring these committees, but anyway, he was a Patient Flow Committee, Performance Improvement Steering Committee. He got involved in some ACEP and AEM and other national level committees, and also be creative with new ideas. Step 5, very simple. Be creative. Think outside the box. What other ideas can you take your niche to, right? Well, he put together a teaching curricula focused on this. He proposed new committees. If you want to create a committee, why not propose a committee? Propose a committee to a national organization. And if you're willing to run with it, a lot of times they will let you run with it, or an interest group. You know, if you have an interest in wellness, for example, why not propose a wellness committee to your hospital or to a national organization? Worst they can say is no. But suddenly you have an opportunity to create something new and make a new network. Thinking outside the box, he put together a symposium for Florida emergency physicians on critical care. He emailed them and said, hey, I can put together a 2 or 3 day conference for you all on critical care topics. They said, sure. So flew down there with a couple of other folks, and they taught this 3 day conference. And then that turned into an annual conference, which we have at University of Maryland. Every year we have an annual conference that is live casted across the world. He pitched the idea to Mel Herbert, said, you know, how about if we have a spin-off of MRAP focused on critical care? Mel said, sounds interesting, sounds great. So he started doing this critical care version of MRAP, which eventually evolved into his own critical care podcast, which he still does to this day, along with Rob Rodriguez and Peter W. And John Greenwood from UPenn. And then he pitched an idea to ASAP. He said, you know, you guys don't have a resuscitation textbook. How about if we put together a resuscitation textbook? ASAP said, sure, and it's now in its 2nd edition. You want to write a textbook? You know how easy that is? You just pitch the idea to the publisher. And if they don't have that textbook already, almost always they'll say yes. You just don't wait for people to come to you, people. Just say, would you be interested in? The 5 most important words in academic medicine. Would you be interested in? It leads to an unbelievable number of opportunities. Don't wait for people to knock on your door. 5 years post-residency, this was the result of his work. He won the AEM National Young Educator Award and ASAP's National Faculty Teaching Award. He was being invited to lecture locally, regionally, nationally, and internationally on critical care topics. He was being invited to write and edit critical care topics, write book chapters, and so on, an invitation to participate in national level committees with nothing more than the 5 steps that I just went through. And so by 5 years post-residency, he had gone from this person on the left. He didn't gain any weight, though, I should say. All right. Again, 5 simple steps to developing expertise. Read everything and listen to everything that you can possibly come across. Teach at every level. Start writing. It doesn't have to be high-end. Just start writing. I tell people, if you can write a long email, you can write a paper. Seriously. All right? It's not a whole lot more difficult. All right? You just have to put some Latin words in there. Get involved in the niche and be creative with new ideas. All right?
So we have 3 minutes, maybe time for 2 questions.
It's going to be a hard one.
Yeah, it's a hard one. What do you tell faculty that say, but I don't have time for this? You know, I don't have protected time. Where am I going to find the time to go to a conference, teach in the med school and in the residency? I just don't have enough time.
Sure, fair enough. So this is a brainstorming session. Nobody can do everything I put up here, all right? You pick and choose what your interests are and where you have time. But if you want to get promoted, you've got to hit the road. You've got to get out from within the university. I tell our folks, you've got to go beyond 695, the Beltway. Because if you don't, you're not going to ever become regionally or nationally recognized for anything. And you pick and choose what things that you have. You have to keep things in perspective, but if this is an important goal, it should be a bigger priority for you to get involved in some of those things. But nobody's going to be able to do every single thing. It's going to depend on what you're doing. People sometimes have a little bit of intimidation about becoming an expert. So let me ask you this, and I'll be done. How many of you feel like in your life, with everything that you do, all the stuff you do at home and at work, how many of you feel like you've got enough time in your life to read 1 extra article or textbook chapter per month? Yeah, what if, let's push it a little bit. How about 1 extra article or chapter every 2 weeks? Just one thing? So most people, all right, so we'll stop there. Do you realize that if you do 1 extra article, or read 1 extra article, or listen to 1 extra podcast or 1 extra chapter every 2 weeks, by the time a year is over, you'll have read 25 articles that nobody else in your department has read. After 4 years, you will have read 100 more pieces of information than anyone else in your department. Do you think if you've read 100 more articles on sepsis or vent management or on pick your topic, do you think if you've read 100 more things than most other people, you'd be an expert at it? Absolutely. That's how easy it is. If you're committed, in 4 years from now, you could be a regional, even a national expert in whatever you pick. You just have to keep going. All right, thanks.
Okay. Always so uplifting whenever you speak. Thank you so much. So I'm very excited to introduce Dr. Romulo Gaspari. He's from my home institution, UMass. Talking about something that's very important. I mean, I'm hoping to go for promotion, so please come give me some guidance on what I could do to operationalize my promotion package.
All right, so can everybody hear me? All right, can you hear me now? All right, try it one more time and then I'll use the other one. Can you hear me now? What to do with this? How about if I hold it right in front of my mouth? Can you hear me when I talk like this?
Powerful. You can hold it over here.
No problem. All right, let me shut this off. So it's not on. There, that's off. All right. So I'm going to be talking about operationalizing a promotion package. However, it's basically a very similar talk to what you probably just heard. It's approaching it from a slightly different viewpoint. So I'm one of the executive vice chairs. I help our faculty get promoted. I'm also on the hospital PAC. So I review the people who are trying to get promoted. And the conversations they have there are a little bit different from what you think they're having. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what you need to do to make that next step. So when I talk about mid-career, this is applicable to a lot of different points, but what we're talking about is trying to get to the point where you can make that next step. For many places, it's going from assistant to associate, but it might also be going from associate professor, and for some places, it's going from clinical instructor to assistant. So it's a very similar process. It just gets harder the higher up you go. Now, one thing I do want to talk about, we're going to talk about your CV as the focal point to how you conceptualize this. All that is a representation of the work that you've done. And when you're going through this, every institution is slightly different. Many of them have tracks or focuses. So I'm going to talk about education, investigation, healthcare delivery, because those are the three most common. There is service, there's population health, there are other ones, but they basically allow you to channel your thoughts so you can figure out how to check those boxes to play the game that gets you promoted as quickly as possible. So when I'm talking about building your CV, I don't really care so much about the CV, but it's a very useful metaphor for how you're conceptualizing your work. For example, if you're doing something, you should be thinking about how you're going to write it in your CV. What do you describe it? Titles are cheap, but without a title, when someone's reviewing your CV, it gets very hard if they're trying to just delve into the details. So you really want to be doing something. You should be asking someone, if you're in a project, how would I put this on my CV? Now, there are a couple common things that you need when you are looking for promotion. And that's pretty much every place I've ever written a letter for or looked at. They have very similar criteria. So dissemination is one of those. Whatever it is you're doing, it has to be sent out to other people. Other people need to be using it. So the one everyone thinks of is publishing, writing an article and publishing it. And that one's fairly straightforward. But if you're in education and if you write a curricula and another hospital uses that, that is the same level. In fact, it's higher. It's rated higher during the review process than just publishing a paper. If you are in administration and you have a new protocol and you share that to another hospital and they use it, that's dissemination. Impact. Whatever it is you're doing has to make a difference. That impact is how you spin it, what you're doing. But you need dissemination, you need impact, and you need recognition. Those are the three things for each checkbox you're doing on your CV that you should be thinking about, because that's how you will be deciding at one point whether you say yes or no to a project. Because if you're not covering those three things, the higher up you get, the least useful it is for you. Now, the positive for all this is it's what you describe it. Recognition is a little bit different, but impact and dissemination, a lot of it is how you describe it and what you do with it. So it's not just the opportunity, it's how you maneuver through that opportunity. So promotion to associate professor requires one or two activities that jump out. It is very uncommon for associate or even professor that they don't have one thing that when you're writing a letter, that's what they're focusing on. If you think about it in the reverse, if you're writing a letter for someone, you look at their top achievement and you want to focus and point at it and describe it so that the review committee understands what it is, because it's filled with basic scientists, other specialists. So you have to point out in emergency medicine why that's important. So these are the ones that when I have them, I want to make sure that they're very bold, because I want every letter writer to write about that particular event. It should be at least one, but it can be two. If you have 5 or 6, no one has 5 or 6 like Nobel Prizes. Like, you don't get that far. You have 1 or 2, and the Nobel Prize could be whatever it is for you. It might be an invited talk in another state. That might be enough. It might be that you wrote a national curricula or a white paper. It doesn't matter what it is, but it's got to be something that you really can talk about. And don't hide it in your CV. I don't know why people they get embarrassed, they don't want to talk too much about it. Well, that's the whole point of it. It's a game. Play by their rules, not yours. So when you're having trouble going through the promotion process, it generally comes from one of two ways. One is you get stuck because there are 2 directions to go. I can start doing work in education, but I've been in administration. I could start doing investigation, but I was healthcare delivery. If you're going to do that, think about it, make a decision, and do it. You can split what direction you're going. You can check boxes in different areas. The other one is when you just get stuck. People get to a certain point in healthcare delivery, like, I don't know how to get to that point where I get recognized. There are tricks to that, but almost every one of those, the easiest is talk to your mentor. If you don't have a mentor, get a mentor. You should have probably 2 or 3 mentors if you're going for associate, and by the time you're going for professor, you should probably have 5 or 6. So what are the problems when we see people who don't make promotion? One is the CV desert. What they did is they did a little bit of everything, but nothing rises to a leadership, recognition. It's nothing that anyone would point at. So they have a wider CV. They have a lot of things on it. The most common is they join a lot of hospital committees. So they're in a lot of different hospital committees, but they're not a leader of any of them. And none of them come to a cohesive story about why they're doing it. So it looks like they're bouncing around. Without something you can latch on to, it's going to be challenging for someone to write a letter that says they're really good at going to committee meetings. The other one is the exact opposite. That's the single accomplishment. You've done one thing, and then you basically stop trying. People who, they publish one big article, and then they don't do any education, they're not on any committees, and all they have is that one article. People who, it might be that you're a division director, and that's all you do is the division director, and you have nothing else, nothing national. So when you have one single accomplishment, it can be hard. It can be that it's your one trick. You give that same talk over and over again. That one talk, eventually you have to break the mold, because that one talk isn't going to do it. If you give it to lots of different places, it looks okay, but it's going to come out on your CV and it's the same title every other place. It's not going to have the same impact that it would be. It doesn't say that you're an expert at something. It says that you give a talk. Sometimes it's missing something. You might have criteria at your institution that say you have to be such and such involved in the medical school. You have to have a certain number of publications, whatever that is. You have to know what that is, and that, again, your mentor will help you, or someone in your department should help you. But that missing something, that's the review process that you should have usually it's the vice chair of academic affairs. They look at your CV and they say, oh, you need to do this one thing. Sometimes you may have to you might have to have an international talk on your CV because they just want to see it. And I have the same advice I give to every person who comes to me who doesn't have that. I say, look, take 5 years, find the best country you want to visit, go give a talk there with your family. Like, make it a positive, don't make it a negative. Do something that you want to do, but check that box in a way that's not, it's the last 6 months before you're going for promotion, so you got to fly to some country you don't want to go to give a talk and fly right back. It's just a waste of efficiency. So opportunities, they come in weird directions, and you do have to keep your eyes open, both directions. You want to seize opportunities when you can, but you also want to know when to say no. So I will tell you right then, you just heard it, getting involved locally, regionally, nationally is by far the easiest way to get promoted. Just join a committee. If you're in a committee long enough, you will lead that committee, I guarantee it. Just get involved. And when you want to get involved in things you care about. Don't torture yourself. So I had someone come to me once earlier on, they were saying, I want to get involved in the school. I'm thinking about joining the IRB. They weren't a researcher. And I was like, why would you do that? Like, that makes no sense. If you're doing research, it makes sense. If you're not doing research, like it's just torture. Like, why don't you join the wellness committee? Seems like a better use of your time, and they're both equally valuable. So choose something you want to do. Organizing a conference is the same thing as getting involved. You join the committee, eventually you will be doing such, you will be a leader in that if you do it long enough. Everybody can become a mentor. I guarantee you there's not someone here that can't teach something to somebody, either their peer or someone below them or even someone above them. You can always be a mentor. And people who say that they don't want to, if you don't want to do it, the only reason you shouldn't be a mentor is if you physically don't want to do it. Because everyone has experiences that they can help someone else with. And all you have to do is keep your ears open. Someone will come to you eventually for advice and you can become their mentor. Nominate yourself for activities and honors. Honestly, that is the easiest way. There's nothing wrong with that. You can ask someone else to do it. You can ask to give a talk to a regional place. Call up the program, the next dinner and say, hey, I have a talk I'd like to give. Would you like me to come and give it? You can ask yourself. It's still an invited talk if you ask for them to invite you. You can get involved with the hospital QA. That helps some institutions, not others, so learn the ground rules. And join a research team if you want to do research. If you're not a researcher, don't try and learn everything yourself. Just become a helper. You will eventually learn it. So finding the time is very challenging, especially when you're going for associate, because that's the time of your life when generally you're going to be having kids and doing other activities. You want to plan ahead for all of these activities. So I did a lot of my grant writing when my child was 1, 2, 3 years old because everyone went to sleep at like 6. My wife and the kids went to sleep, so I could do 2 or 3 hours of grant writing when they were asleep. When they got older and they were doing sports, it was much harder for me to do things on weekends. So don't fight it, adapt around it. Also, people say that I don't have the time to do it. No one has the time to do it. Make the time or don't do it. No one has extra time that they're just hoarding somewhere. Everyone is busy. So you can find how to be efficient. You can talk to people. Talk to someone who's done it, see how they did it. So the number one pitfall that I see for people going for promotion, it's almost always the same thing. When you're going for promotion, it's not what you think is important, it's what they think is important. So the fact that you like something or that you did a lot of work on something is not enough. It has to be something that the PAC or the committee thinks is important. Now, usually you can kind of figure that out, but sometimes it's not as visible. So what do? You ask your promotions committee, would this be important or not? They should know. If they don't, then your vice chair of academic affairs should know. So when you're in different areas, there are certain different tracks or certain things that they care about. So in education, department leadership is not enough for education because it's not dissemination. So the dissemination, you have to do other things. Now, ironically, for most places, department leadership is enough, but meta school leadership is. That's just the way it is. Usually it's because the work on the medical school side is much more than the department side. But if you have to pick one, you're going to get more credit on the medical school. Curriculum development is on par with getting a grant on the educational side. True curriculum development. And disseminating it is even better. Creating a novel educational program, honors awards, all this stuff is good. All of this, if you think about the first 3 slides that I told you, they all check boxes for recognition, dissemination. Healthcare, what do they care about? For whatever reason, they care about title positions when you're healthcare, when that's your track. So get a title, ask for a title. Dissemination of novel techniques. If you do something, talk it up at other hospitals. The second one other hospital takes whatever it is you did from the healthcare delivery side, that's dissemination. Research in healthcare topics falls under healthcare. Doesn't matter that it's investigation. And then bringing new expertise into the system or doing something novel is also well regarded within the promotion. Investigation is the easiest. They care about money, publications, and if you're grant review. Grant review is recognition of your expertise. This one is probably the easiest. Most people know this. It's just the hardest to actually get on that treadmill. And then service. They care about the medical school service and leadership in service. They also really care about getting the name of your institution out to larger organizations. And if you have service that builds something unique or covers an underserved area, that gets you more points than if you're doing service for the white male that doesn't need your help. Practical tips. I already said this before. Ask around to give an invited talk. It's the easiest way to get an invited talk. People don't mind that at all. Again, if you ask to be invited, it's still an invited talk. Volunteer for committees. We already talked about that. Learn to say no when you get to a certain point. There are activities where the time commitment is nowhere near it. They just announced an ultrasound position in my medical school for the entire class, and they were offering 0.01 FTE. I mean, some ridiculous amount. So I looked at it and just deleted it. But then people came to me. I was like, why would you do it for that? I mean, they're not even respecting you. I would say no on principle. Every year in January, print your CV out. Take a highlighter and highlight everything you did that year. And then sit back and look at how much highlighting you've done. Not only will that show you what you did very quickly, it doesn't take very long, you will remember things you forgot to put in your CV because you're doing it every January. Don't partner with others who are trying to use you as their pack horse. If they're not going to do the work, don't partner with them. And last, promotion isn't everything. Everyone has a life outside of healthcare, so take time to do other things outside of this, but this was a talk on promotion, so I did this slide last. I'll take any questions.
Side of your talk, which is great, by the way. Now, I'm on the other side of sort of getting like an onslaught of requests myself for promotion letters, and I don't know. This is probably too long of a question for the general audience, but if you could provide some suggestions on how you funnel who you consider writing letters for, and if you have any just like initial tips on how you even approach writing those kinds of letters, because I feel very lost on that. Yeah.
So it gets easier with time. The more you do, the easier it is. It takes me about 2 hours to write a promotion letter, and I consider it part of my job. So the only time I say no is if I'm writing a grant or have a grant that I'm working on and I physically don't have the time. If I have a lot that come in around the same time and they all want like a short time frame, they want it in 3 or 4 weeks, or some that they're like, we need this in 3 weeks. So I will say no to those. The rest of those I will say yes to, and then I kind of do them as I go through them. So if it gets to a certain point where I just physically can't get to it, I tell them, look, I'll get to it. It's going to take another couple of weeks, or you can find someone else. So I tend not to say no, just because I feel like it's part of the job when you're in academics. But everyone approaches this their own way.
So I had that same question when I became an associate, and I had like 10 requests within 3 months, and I was like, I've never written one of these before. Like, what format do I use? I don't know. So ACEP's Academic Affairs, and I'm sure SAEM's committee, we made it as an objective to come up with like a de-identified like form letter. I will caution, you really have to read the request because each school has a different specific, like we're looking for evidence of X, Y, and Z, and I conform to that format. But I think we've compiled a bunch of different types of ideas just to kind of get you started. And I wonder what your thoughts are. I've seen this in some places where letter writers will ask people like, it depends on the institution, I will say that, but would you mind drafting like what you think are your highlights or putting together a quick thing that will kind of speed up their time if they're getting, particularly for a professor where there aren't a whole lot of professors? Have you seen that before, and what's your advice on that?
From which side? To do it, or how to handle it if it's asked of you?
Both.
So if it's asked of you, you have to make the calculation if it's worth your time to do it. So when I went for professor, I had one of the 5 that asked me to write the letter for them, and I did it, and the others did not. I personally don't, I live in this world a little bit more, so I personally don't mind doing it. And I think that if you're going for promotion, you did all the work, like I can do 2 hours of work to help you get there. But the important thing is the one time that it gets tricky is when you read the CV and you're like, ugh, I don't know if I can. And there's a lot of ways to handle that, and I'm not going to go into all that. But basically what I will say then is I say, hey, can you help me out? What do you think are your top 2 or 3 so that I can understand your CV better? It usually happens when it's in an area that's a little bit different from my experience. So I get a lot of ultrasound people, and that's easy for me. But if I get a population health person and it's not evidence, I will ask that.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'll make sure to go to a rock concert, for you too. All right, I'm just going to get the next session loaded. Who submitted? Huh? No slides. Okay, great. So, yeah, we're going to be getting into our workshops, starting with people management. How many microphones do you guys want?
Okay, that'd be great, yeah. So this was supposed to be more of a workshop, so a little bit more interactive. So we're going to go through a scenario. We were asked to talk about personnel management and really focusing on that mid-career faculty. So I'm going to ask you guys to kind of assemble in groups of 5 or 6. And we're going to pass out a scenario that I'd like you to take a couple of minutes to discuss with the people in your group and kind of get your feedback on how you would handle the situation if you were the individual, or if you're kind of in your later career, how you would advise mid-career faculty going kind of through this scenario.
Good for right now. Maybe like.
Hi. Andrew. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you in person.
Which program were you with again?
University and
Great to listen to some of the lectures. I like the 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. When you're in the later afternoon, right? So you're based in Maryland?
am I able to say in the firm for the university, which is in Bethesda,
In Bethesda,
but it's a
right.
national campus.
Right,
so I
yeah.
actually practice clinically in San Diego.
Oh, you're in San Diego. At the Navy, okay. Yeah, I was in
Where are you?
Michigan. Oh, yeah, I bet. Yeah, I know a number of people in San Diego at the program. There was one good friend who I knew when I was at Brown, when I was at Chair Brown, and she moved, actually it's ironic, she moved to Michigan, and then she went to San Diego, and she's a vice dean there, Michelle Daniel. So she's vice dean for academic affairs. So it's a big role, just like this great dean. Yeah, she's done very well. I just saw her at my neighbor last night.
Such a small world. Maybe give them like 2 more minutes. Do you want to facilitate maybe the first question?
Yeah, that'd be fine. This is certainly not an uncommon scenario.
Yeah, exactly. That was the one that I was involved with.
Yeah.
So I was like, I feel like this happens a lot.
Yeah,
so.
definitely. Not that it's probably the most virtuous part of it, but the threat to leave can actually improve your situation. It's not, you wouldn't say, well, especially if you're not doing it with sincerity, but, sometimes if you shop yourself around.
Yeah, you should make that point as a chair, absolutely.
Yeah, it would be one thing to know that someone was, maybe a little disgruntled or whatever, and then to actually have them, someone that was great,
to leave your faculty is a huge, that's a good point. All right, for the sake of time, maybe just 1 more minute, and then we'll kind of just discuss as a group.
Right. So even if it's not just, they will realize, oh, she's a different right. And then remember, yeah. And so that's kind of what to build those relationships or talk to someone.
So how many people have seen this situation before, either been part of it or seen it in their own institution? Yeah, a fair amount. Just to get to know our audience, how many people here are clerkship directors or work with medical students? A handful. How many people are assistant program directors or associate program directors? Any PDs? Vice chairs of education or chairs? A fair amount. Okay, so these are, I think it'll be relevant to all of us, but.
Great. Yeah. So, hi, everyone. I'm Brian Zink. I'm a professor at University of Michigan and former chair at Brown. And so we're going to take you through the first question to say, what are the options for career growth in this scenario? Obviously, it's not an uncommon scenario. And would just maybe from your groups, if there's a person that can speak for each of your groups, but what are your options here? And we'll start up front here.
Okay, sure, I'll share. Well, our first thought was to just take out the PD.
Just straight up take them out. Take them out.
Okay.
But then beyond that, a more
Enough
nonviolent
violence
solution
in the ED, right?
was first going to the PD and the chair to see what are the options, making your interest known that you want to expand your leadership opportunities, but then looking elsewhere. If you're a part of a medical school, there is so much opportunity in the medical school compared to the 1 or 2 positions in a residency education leadership. And then looking at if you're able to, with your family or life circumstances, looking more nationally, because that one position, you can't sit there waiting for the PD to burn out and leave, and you really shouldn't take them out. So then the only other options are find a new position in your institution or in your area, or go look for a PD position in another institution.
Great, thank you. And anyone to add to that, any other options, please, here.
So I think similar to kind of piggyback onto that, we talked about finding roles that were like kind of in the GME space or DIO adjacent, helping design like curriculum, for instance, resident as teacher, that's going to kind of impact the whole institution, so you're getting that leadership name out there, or doing things like Claire or ACGME adjacent, where you're kind of getting those leadership skills as the person who's the representative at the hospital, who's kind of in charge of safety at resident and patient safety at your hospital in Claire.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
So we reflected on similar, that absolutely candid conversations are necessary, but also that it doesn't have to hamper your ability to develop your own niche and statement across, nationally or internationally, and actually may create more space for you with the more time that you have. We also talked about, which I guess gets to question 3, getting another job elsewhere, and then the more sinister piece to that is to potentially get a job to use it to negotiate a promotion. But which some mentors do advise on, yeah. So those are the kind of, I guess, a couple other things we added.
Yeah, I think the important thing is a chair. The chair shouldn't be surprised about this, because if you're having an annual review, performance evaluation, you should be hopefully feel comfortable expressing to your chair that you'd like to move upward, or so it should be in their mind already. And as you said about the threat of an exit is something your chair doesn't want to hear. If you're performing at this level, and just if a chair becomes knowledgeable that you are looking, and you might tell them if you actually have a serious offer, it changes it a little bit in terms of the immediacy of doing something for you, or creating a plan that might be a little more robust than what you previously talked about.
But I think alluding to that last talk on that point where people sometimes assume that people know what you want to do, and that's not always the case. So when you do meet with your chair, I think there is some intimidation of saying, hey, I'd like to be a program director someday. What does that look like? How do I get there? And like planting that seed, and not necessarily assuming that your chair knows. I think also for a number of women, it feels uncomfortable to kind of toot our own horn, but if you don't kind of brag about yourself and talk about your accomplishments and your goals, it's really hard for people to know what you want. So setting those expectations early, I think, are really important. Was there a comment over here?
Yeah, anything to add that wasn't covered here in this group?
She's got her hand over.
I just wanted to add that, like, sometimes you have to, if you've been at the same institution forever, you're not as junior faculty no matter how high you go up the ranks. So sometimes you have to do that adjacent look so that they can see your value, because you're just the same.
Yeah, I'll repeat that in case you couldn't hear, but especially if you were junior faculty at the same program, or worse, if you were a resident and you trained there, right, and the people still see you as a resident, it can be hard to kind of break that niche. So this was a situation I went through. I thought forever I wanted to be a program director when I grew up, and I did all the things. I was an assistant program director, and I was the APD, and I ran the CCC, but we had 2 of us that were associate program directors. And when the PD stepped down, the chair, we actually presented, could we do it as like a dyad model because we get along so well? And he said, absolutely not. You have to have one person in charge. But one thing that I took away from that experience when I was not selected to be the PD, I was very kind of demoralized. And I think it's almost like when you select your chief resident, right? And there's people who are not selected. There is that sting of like, I wasn't picked. And there's a sense of like, I want to grab my ball and play at another park, or I just want to be somewhere I'm valued and appreciated. And I think had my chair taken 5 minutes to say, hey, you weren't selected, but we really value you and I want to get you involved. Have you thought about this? But he didn't. And I think that like absence of another way to get involved made me want to look other places even more. And for me in this job and as associate PD, I had this ladder that I assumed, and then until someone else said, well, why don't you think about running for a national position? Why don't you think about being a clerkship director? Like, it had never even entered my mind to do that. And so sometimes those are opportunities that we hadn't even considered. And when one door closes, right, another one opens. And it was probably the best thing for my career to pivot and do something totally different. But you have to take advantage of those opportunities as well. So what would you do if you were advising this person about like switching tracks or other things? We talked about the dean's office. So in the medical school, there's other tracks. I think medical student education is really growing. As we talked about, there's so many more roles as opposed to 1 or 2 in the department. I also think because of burnout and transition, what is the average length of a PD tenure right now? Is it like 4 years, 5 years? 4 or 5. It seems like it's going pretty fast. So I think that is a question, like when that initial decision is given to you and you think, oh my gosh, my career track has ended, it's like, well, maybe it is worth doing something different for 3 or 4 years and then coming back to it. And are there other skills you can learn from that? We recently did our PD search. We had 4 candidates and all 4 would have been excellent program directors, but we were very intentional about giving them that feedback and building them up. But this is not like, we have big plans for you, but here's what we want to get you involved with and what do you think and how can we help support you? And I think that approach to it, I'm hoping will help with our faculty retention as well.
Yeah, and understand, what the PD role is with our RC requirements, institution requirements. You may have entered education because you want to be, a master educator and have lots of individual contact with residents. And what you might find is that the administrative aspects of being a PD take a lot of time, and you have less time, for that. When I became the vice dean for faculty affairs at Michigan, I thought I was going to be doing lots of faculty affairs and development. And actually, I spent a lot of time with the very small percentage of faculty who had behavioral issues, misconduct, and none of that was evident to anyone because it was all done in secret. But it would take half of my week every week, and I'd just be pining to do some faculty development things, and the time was. And so, careful what you wish for sometimes, or really understand what you wish for in terms of the next position up.
What is your advice as a chair if I felt like I'm thinking about leaving, and it's not that I don't like my job, but I have a career path I want to go? How does a faculty, should they approach their chair? When is the right timing? How do they address that where they don't appear too aggressive, but want to really have an honest conversation?
I think it kind of depends on the relationship. If you feel like you have a really close, almost mentor-type relationship with the chair, I think they should know even as you're starting to look. And if they are a good mentor, they may say, yeah, I realize you don't have a lot of growth opportunity here. If you have to look, then, and I would support that. I'd hate to lose you. If it's not that type of relationship, I think you should probably wait until you have an offer that's real to come back and say, I'm seriously looking. I have an offer. I have a verbal offer. And now I want to discuss whether there's a possibility of me staying here.
Do you think if you have somewhere in between where you have a good relationship but not necessarily a mentor per se, if someone is considering of giving them a heads up, like I've made it this far in the process, but it is moving along and I am looking, but I wanted to kind of share with you that as out of respect, for your position and for the department and make sure we're planning for everyone, like how would that go over?
Yeah, I think, again, depending on ratio, but I think that would work. And it might be that you have other mentors in the department who might be, also able to communicate with the chair about that. I think that, I don't know if there's any exact right time, but the cost of losing a good faculty member is really significant in terms of just the financial replacement costs, and then the fact that there might be a gap and shifts to fill, and it's much to that person's advantage to keep you if it's at all possible for them.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know if you want the conversation to be going down this direction, but one thing that you said that I think really resonated for me. One thing that you said that resonated for me is it seems like you never, out of respect, you never want to catch your chair by surprise. And so it feels like if you are thinking about making changes, you really want your chair to hear it from you first. And so I'm assuming that that's net neutral if you go to your chair and you say, hey, I just wanted to let you know that like I am looking, and I just wanted to make sure that you heard it from me before anyone else. And I've also heard, and I'm very curious what your thoughts are, but I've also heard other people who speak so highly of their chair, and they just beam about the chair, and I adore my chair, that when you go to a chair like that and you say, you know, I'm feeling like there's not a lot of growth opportunity for me here, so I am just starting to put my feelers out, that like one of the best ways your chair can respond is exactly what you said, but really saying, you know, I want you to look. If you find a position that you think fits you better, like I'll be very sad that you go and I'll work to do whatever I can to keep you here, but you know, I would support you. And I just think it's that balance. And I just wanted to bring that up, that it does feel like there's this pressure of making sure that a chair doesn't hear it from somewhere else first before they hear it from you personally.
Yeah, I mean, you would hope that you have a open, you know, fairly transparent relationship to be able to do that, and I think that's the ideal. Not everyone may have that relationship, but it can be different if you have a faculty of 20 people as opposed to 110 people, where in terms of how close your relationship is with the chair as well.
Another thing that I've kind of told our folks too is if it's not in the department, like say they're interested but they have no idea what it's like to be in the dean's office, just sounds like a cool opportunity, is to find a mentor outside your department, right? Talk to the DIO and say, could I, you know, work with you for a day? Can I understand what your job is like? Can I understand what the dean's office, before you leave the institution, there may be other opportunities and mentors that are outside of your department. And sometimes we tend to focus very granularly on just emergency medicine. But I've learned a lot from interacting with other specialties and seeing what their leadership structures look like as well.
Thanks. Andrew, you're anything to add in the back? Another one of our panelists here?
No, I am a very junior faculty, so I appreciate your wisdom, but I'm just helping facilitate. Thank you, though.
Yes.
One thing we didn't really talk about was knowing your own readiness to be in that space, and so I'm just curious, how do you evaluate yourself to even be in that, skilled up enough for that role?
So one of the jobs the question is, how do you know if you're skilled up enough? Our chair would ask us to do our own performance evaluations and bring those forward. I'm curious from this group, I find that there are differences in genders or difference in cultural of how comfortable they are saying, I'm awesome, like I think I'm ready for promotion, versus having a little bit more objective. And I think for some people, you have to tell them repeatedly how great they are for them to get past that imposter syndrome. But I think that's one approach is okay, you want to get here, what do you think are the steps to get there? And someone who is junior might be saying, hey, there's this clinical competency committee we need someone to lead. Have you thought about this? Have you thought about journal club? Like seeing what ideas they have. To help build them up and find other opportunities within the faculty. I think there's never a lack of things we need help with, of things to get people involved in, but sometimes gauging their insight and understanding their trajectory of what does it actually mean to be a program director. Some people think it's just this very cool, sexy job. They don't understand all the paperwork that comes with it, right? Until they start kind of getting into the weeds of recognizing, like, maybe that's not what I want to do. So that's one way.
Yeah, and I think you're pointing out that the APD role is, there aren't a lot of like defined markers for success. I mean, in terms of, it's not that you're going to necessarily be publishing or nationally active. You might be, and that could be great. But in terms of saying, am I ready to be a program director? It's probably like, well, yeah, they did a really great job as an APD, and it seems like they're ready. But it's hard to find distinct markers that would say, they're definitely ready. But I think if you've done it for a number of years and everything that you've been assigned to, or that your realm of responsibility as an APD has been you've done it really, really well, or especially if you've been innovative, and then if your reviews from the residents are extremely positive, then I think you have to be pretty confident that you could move into that role, realizing that it's a team. It's never just the PD, and it's going to be you obviously having a little bit more in the realm of management and people management to do that. So that might be one skill that you could try to demonstrate as well.
And I think it depends on the relationship, right, between the APD and the PD. There are certainly people who can say, like, this is kind of my plan. What is your timeline? And having that frank conversation. If this is a program director that just got the new job, you probably can't be like, when are you out the door? Like, it might be they may not really know. So I think gauging that relationship, just like you talked about with the chair, will help kind of inform that conversation as well. Well, perfect. Thank you for joining in the exercise. I think we will pivot to time management unless there's any other questions or comments. Thank you so much.
It's right there.
Where's our other?
Do you want to just make sure this is it?
Yep, that's it.
There was no changes?
No, that's good. Good afternoon. We are going to ask you to do two difficult things today. One is we're going to reshuffle our seating, and the second is we're going to ask you to be open and vulnerable with your group, which I know the introverts in the room just like shuddered and got hives, but don't worry, it's going to be safe. Why don't we start with introductions?
Hi, I'm Stephen Wolf. I'm the chair of emergency medicine at Denver Health, and I'm excited to be here.
And my name is Carl Brookshitis. I'm a medical education fellow at Stanford, and I'm looking forward to talk to y'all.
So our topic is time management, and my only disclosure is I have a 12-hour online time management course, but rather than try to squeeze 12 hours into 20 minutes, we are going to give you one practical tool that you can use in your life, both for setting goals on a daily basis, monthly, yearly, etc. And we're going to walk you through it and actually do it with you together. So if we could split into a group over here with Stephen, maybe a group right here with Carl, and then I'll shimmy over to a group on that side of the room. So if you don't mind, go ahead and move into groups, 3 groups. And let me give you guys handouts to hand out to your groups. Sorry. Here you go. Today's session is sponsored by the number 3. It does look like we have 3 groups. That's excellent. Here, I'll hand these over to my group. You can start passing them out together. So this framework is called mental contrasting with implementation intentions. And it's been very well studied in many different avenues. It has been studied in patients recovering from surgery, students or residents studying for a test, people trying to lose weight, people trying to acquire a new skill. And we will walk through it together. The first step is I want you to think of a wish, meaning something that you want to accomplish, let's say in the next 3 to 12 months. It should be something important to you, not I want to buy a can of soda. You can do that. I can accomplish your wishes for you outside here today with $2. It should be something important, something largely dependent on you, not I wish my spouse would do X, not I want to win the lottery. And it should be something relatively challenging or important. It can be an academic goal. I want to finish this chapter. It could be a health, fitness, personal, interpersonal goal. And it should be time-bound and specific, meaning you will be able to point to a time when it is accomplished. So if your goal is I want to get healthy, okay, be specific about that, what that means and how you will know if you accomplish this. So we will take a few minutes to break out and discuss our wishes.
practice twice a week, and 2 or 3 times a week, I guess. I don't know what's,
Good. That's a great wish. All right. We're going to move on. Okay, hopefully some of you had a chance to share your wish. If you did, we're going to put your name in a lottery, and 3 of your wishes will be granted by the end of the day. The next step here is the outcome, which is we want to know what makes this important to you. What was a wish from this group? Finish a paper. Good. When are you going to finish it by? End of June. All right. I love it. Perfect. So then the outcome would be what makes that important to you? And, your first thought might be like, I just want to get this stupid paper off my back because I'm tired of thinking about it. But try to tap into then, well, really, why are you writing it? Why is this on your to-do list at all? What makes this important to you? So take a couple minutes. If you haven't shared your wish yet, you can briefly tell people this is my wish, and then what is the outcome that you want from it? We're moving fast. But we'll hear other wishes. So make sure you've got a wish because we're going to hear from all of you. Okay, I would love to hear what you got to for some of your whys or some of your motivations.
Maybe can we hear from this group one wish and what you got to with your, why it matters to you?
Yeah. So the wish was to write a grant. I think by the end of the year, I don't remember. And the outcome was to become an expert. And then we talked about why is it important to become an expert. And it was part of your original career aspirations to have an area of focus, and that there will be talked about some other areas of other aspects of allowing for career growth, et cetera. So.
Great. Yeah, so it's never just about the grant. It's about other things. What about from Sarah, do you want to share from our group?
Sure. I'm hoping by the end of the summer to finally take the Spanish test so that I can speak to my patients in Spanish. Without using an interpreter, I speak Spanish and read and write it, but I just kind of want to take it. So the reason why is because it makes me more efficient and I can develop rapport with my patients better. The obstacle is just like having to maybe reviewing. I don't want to do tests.
Yeah, so it's not just about passing a Spanish test. It's about how do I create connections with my patients who are Spanish speaking. The next step is one that I've kind of workshopped in over the years working with this framework, which is to create 2 or 3 critical actions that will help you accomplish your wish. So not a 25-point checklist, but what are the 2 or 3 things that you will need to implement in order to make your wish happen? We'll take 5 minutes on this one.
Ds or whatever, and
About finding a teacher or a class so that you don't have to be the one who's making.
Yeah, a teacher, because then you have to show up for lessons. Yeah. Accountable. Great one, great one. Okay, we've gotten our wish, our outcome, and our operational plan. The next piece that I want you to think about, and this is where we're going to get a little vulnerable, are what are the inner obstacles to you doing this? Not outer obstacles, not my spouse, not my kids, not my department chair. What are the inner obstacles? What will make this difficult? If it's writing a grant, I know I'm working with somebody who's writing a grant right now. She said, I put it off because I'm worried it won't get funded. And then that makes me more nervous. So then I put it off more. And now I'm more worried. And now I put it off some more. So what are those inner obstacles? Whether it's sometimes fear of failure, or you're writing a book chapter and you realize, or the paper, you're like, it's just boring. I don't like doing boring things. Or I don't feel like I have the expertise I need to do this. Or they're not going to take me seriously. Come up with however many, 1 to 3 inner obstacles.
self-perpetuates some of that imposter syndrome. Yeah, it's a story.
Okay, let's hear a few of your inner obstacles. Can I start in the middle group again? What were some inner obstacles here you anticipate? Oh. That group has something to share, clearly. So perfectionism. It's got to be perfect. The stars must align in order for me to sit down and be focused. I actually heard next year all the planets are going to align somehow. It's going to be a cool thing. So I expect all your grants to be written by then. What about this group? What are some inner obstacles?
We have, thank you, we have one person who is taking on sort of a track challenge that potentially 10 years ago they would have felt like they could easily have taken and accomplished. And there's a little bit of this fear that if it doesn't come to fruition in some sort of way, that they've changed in a way that they didn't want to change.
So what it could mean for who you are and what you're capable of. We talked in our group some about fear of failure, about feeling like an imposter. And all of those things are great because they are surmountable. Now, this process of mental contrasting with implementation intentions has a lot of, I told you, evidence behind it. And what's interesting is just wishing. I'm just going to visualize myself as a piano player. I'll visualize myself running that, Iron Man thing. Or 5K would be aspirational for me. That not only does not help you accomplish the goal, but it hinders you because your brain starts to see yourself achieving. Oh, I'm seeing myself accomplishing that. Your blood pressure goes down. Your heart rate goes down. You're like, oh, this is a beautiful dream. What do you not do? You don't take action. That's why these steps of saying, what are the gaps? What are the things that I need to be doing are so critical. And now this final step is where the magic happens. You are going to come up with an implementation intention for that inner obstacle, which is in this phrase: when I encounter said inner obstacle, imposterism, fear that I'm not what I used to be, fear of failure, boredom, I feel stupid trying to do this, then I will do what? And I want you to, yourself and with each other, brainstorm what things can you do in that moment that will help you overcome and be able to do your critical actions.
start telling us that when you started by saying yeah.
All right, we are going to sadly have to wrap up. But I would love to hear one or two of your implementation intentions. When I encounter said obstacle, then I will do what? Who had one that they'd like to share? LA, you look like you want to share.
I'm happy to share. When I encountered this idea, so I talked to them about like a project that I wanted to go back into, and I shared that I'm comfortable with failure, but it's more of I'm worried it's just going to be more work. And so when I encounter this thought that like it's going to waste my time, then I will just remind myself why I wanted to do it in the first place. And this one is so aligned that like I spent a whole year doing this fellowship, and I really want to do something cool out of it, as opposed to just writing somewhere that I graduated from this fellowship.
Yeah, great. So when I feel like it's going to be a lot of work, then I will remind myself, go back to your outcome. Why was this important in the first place? Why do I care about this? If I truly don't care about it, maybe you shouldn't do it, right? But if you do care about it, then that's how you can help overcome it. Were there any from this group?
When I feel like it's not the perfect time to sit down and do it, or there's little things getting in the way, I'm just going to sit down, or then I will just sit down.
Good, good. I think we could workshop that a little more to maybe get some more ideas. But when I feel like I don't want to do it, then I will do it. It's so simple. Why didn't I think of that? Or then I will, for example, go back to why I'm doing it. Then I will take a deep breath, find one thing I'm grateful for, and then sit down and do it. Or then I will find a way to make it a game. Then I will find a way to make it fun. Then I will do it with a Zoom buddy who's also working at the same time so that I have some accountability. Or then I will ask myself, what is the immediate next step? All I have to do is turn on my computer. Then what's the immediate next step? All I have to do is pull up that darn paper draft and skim it. What's the immediate next step? So then I will break it down into tiny steps so that I don't feel this huge barrier to doing it. Or then I will ask Alexa to tell me a joke. I don't know, something silly, something just to take yourself out of your mental spiral. Or then I will write down my thoughts for 5 minutes to see what's getting in the way. What is the resistance that I'm feeling for this? Or then I will look at a picture of my pet, because that makes me laugh. Or maybe it doesn't make you laugh, depends on your pet. So find something for you that will help you then get back into it, or feel motivated. Or if it's, I don't want to do this because it's boring, then I will tell myself, this is the time of day that I do the boring thing. Or I will try to make it fun, or I'll do it at a standing desk so that I work faster, or I'll put my favorite music on, or I'll make the room smell, spray a room spray, and that's my working room spray, so that when I spray that room spray, I remember the smell, that this is the smell of working and doing boring things. All right, so this is a fantastic framework that you can use for a single day, where you sit down and say, for this day, what is my wish? What is the outcome? What is my plan? What will I need to do? I'll need to silence my phone. I'll need to stow my email where it belongs, in the trash. And then what are the inner obstacles? And then a plan for overcoming them. If you want to read more about the evidence behind it and more ideas, this book, Rethinking Positive Thinking by Gabrielle Oettingen, she's a researcher, but the book is also very accessible and well written. I encourage you to read that and take this handout, make copies, use it at home, and I encourage you to play around with it, and hopefully it will help you meet your goals. So thank you all very much, and I think next we are on break. Is that right? Oh, sure. Thank you.
She wanted to go. Oh.
Yeah, she wanted a picture.
Don't go. We have one more session. Stick around. This final session will be worth it. Yeah. I know. Okay, so we're going to be heading into our final session. We wanted to end with something uplifting, so being rejected, right? No. But more so, this is just a part of academics that sometimes throughout our career, we might have to deal with academic rejection. And oftentimes this leads to a lot of our successes and how we got to where we were. So I brought up a great panelist, 4 panelists who's going to share their stories, and then we can kind of chat about it. So I will start. Christine, you want to introduce yourself?
We have time.
All right, we value everybody's time. And we also very appreciate the fact that you are staying here and you have a choice to have a drink or snacks or network downstairs. And so we're going to start now.
Can we ask everybody to come closer so maybe we don't have to use the microphones?
Maybe we just make this like a small group round. We have discussion like personal. Is everyone cool with it? Let's just
Come closer, please.
And only LA bites, everyone else.
Please, come up. Be part of the group. The academic rejection therapy session.
Yeah,
Right, it's commencing.
This is going to be a therapy session, that's right.
Therapy session.
Little prep. Yeah, it's closer. Maybe everyone should be.
She will never come back again. You guys like forced me to move 5 times. Like, what is the big deal of this talk that you're like making us come closer?
I think this is one of the talks that I was most excited by. I've certainly had my fair share of academic rejections, and you know, the example that was given a little bit ago by Jillian about like applying for chief resident, not getting it, and then like not offered like another kind of alternative thing to do. That's kind of really tough because it does feel like they don't like you personally and stuff. So I'm kind of always looking for like how to like, you know, move past it and like gain from it. And that experience was actually a positive one for me because I spent that final year doing med ed stuff, and I got in core to community and Allium, and I started lecturing nationally, and then I got into getting to do stuff like this. And I don't think I would have done that if I was like making schedules like every week. So like we all kind of have those kind of stories, and I think that it's very, very helpful to hear. These folk are like some of my like mentors and like heroes. So hearing what they've gone through is very helpful. So maybe we'll start over here and they can go share their stories.
So you want us to introduce ourselves and share stories, or just introduce ourselves and then come back to us and share stories?
We clearly failed enough that we're trying to like make sure we know the rules. Like, tell us exactly what to do and we'll follow it.
So I'm Christine Stamen. I am currently core faculty at UECOMP, which is the University of Illinois College of Medicine in Peoria, Illinois, so middle of nowhere. Not Peoria, Arizona, which is just outside of Phoenix. And there I am the Director of Wellness Education and Faculty Development, and also the attending lead for wellness. But my journey has been a very circuitous one. I graduated medical school 20 years ago this month actually, wow. Navy paid for medical school, so I spent 5 years with them, and then came back, did residency, did not get picked for chief either, so part of the chief rejected chiefs club. And then did a fellowship in surgical critical care. And the year I did my fellowship was the year that they decided that EM could get credit and be boarded by surgery and anesthesia. So the rule was, because I was in fellowship at that point, I was gonna have to do 2 years, 40% time in ICU somewhere, to be able to take the board exam and get boarded. So I went around and applied for jobs, you know, during my fellowship, and I got offered a job, and the original plan between me and the chair was that we were gonna start me full-time EM, and once I got there, we were gonna figure out what unit I was gonna work in, and then we were gonna figure out, because I just needed 2 years before, like 4 years later, I spend 40% time for 2 years. Well, unfortunately, at the time, there was a chair, and there was a director of operations who were not, actually were parallel lines, rather than the chair being over the director of operations. So the director of operations is like, hey, great, this is a critical care person. I'll find a critical care person, a place for them to work. And I found out when I got my August schedule, when I only had 7 shifts in the ER, that they were expecting me to start in a unit right away. And they had talked to the medical ICU, the second sickest NICU in the entire country, and said, you're gonna work there. I hadn't trained here.
Were you trained in surgical critical care?
I trained in surgical critical
Yeah,
care,
yeah,
so
right.
I had to work nights because you cannot supervise medicine residents if you're not board eligible and boarded in some way, shape, or form by internal medicine. They didn't bother to figure that out. The head of the NICU also didn't believe that EM should be doing critical care. So they put me in, I didn't start until September, but they put me in doing nights in the NICU, the second sickest NICU in the country, with no backup and no orientation. And only working 7 shifts a month in the ER at a place that had 21 EM residents working at 3 different shops who knew me from nobody, and I had no credibility and no background. So 3 months later, the first week in December, I get called in on a Friday and basically told, you screwed up, we don't want you anymore. No corrective action, no warning, no nothing. They're like, oh, well, last time you were here, you didn't sign the sick patient out. I was like, that's funny because I spent 3 hours at the patient's bedside after my shift was over, signed out to the fellow when they got here. No, I didn't sign out to the attending, but I've never signed out to an attending. That type of thing, like, this is why we're doing it. But they never actually, like 3 months of working there, September, October, November, no comments about anything. And then I had that meeting, and they said, oh, by the way, you're supposed to work Tuesday through Friday next week. We don't have anybody better. So we're still gonna have you work those shifts, and we'll see if we can get covered, because you covering is better than nobody covering. And then right after I finished that meeting, I had a meeting with the EM department saying, you know, the residents hate you, and if we don't fix this, we're gonna have to let you go completely. Cue absolute devastation, obviously, was destroyed. Like, I was like, this is my life. I kind of figured out I didn't love critical care. I didn't love the fact that I didn't get to interact with the residents, but I had a phenomenal faculty development person who worked with me for a while about a bunch of different things. And I started looking into stuff and stopped doing the critical care, started doing EM full-time, worked part-time at a community hospital in our system, and then eventually transitioned full-time to the hospital I've been at. And started getting interested in really teaching the residents and making sure, like, and non-professional, non-technical skills, so the soft skills, which, FYI, if you didn't know, they're called soft skills because they don't deal with bullets. They don't deal with metal, so they're called soft skills. It comes from the military. And got really interested in it. Went to SMAC in 2014 because it was in Chicago. It was an easy drive. 2015 I went to SMAC. Randomly met somebody who's one of my best friends now, who introduced me to the teaching course, Merkit Cord, faculty incubator, all of that. And that forced pivot got me into wellness and medical education and where I am today. And I had 4 talks today, other than this. I'm leader at Cord, I've written a bunch of papers. I'm getting the mentorship award from my residents this year at graduation. And that forced pivot, like, pivots in life are part of it. We all seem to think that we're gonna go on the road that we planned since we were a little kid, and we're gonna go and finish it. And I kinda had that because my dad, he finished fellowship, and he stayed at the same job that he got out of fellowship until he retired. That was the model I had. And sometimes somebody forces you to turn. Other times you say, I think I need to turn. One of my residents recently decided not to apply for CHEAP. And I think she's gonna be a lot happier, right? But those pivots can make you actually have a much fuller life. Because I don't know that I would be, I first certainly wouldn't be here, but I don't think I would be happy if I was still doing this, to be honest.
Thank you.
You don't think you'd have time for 4 lectures and winning awards if you're on like a bunch of night shifts in the NICU?
I probably also wouldn't have with my dogs or travel anywhere near as much as I do. I don't travel quite as much as LA, but I travel quite a bit. I don't think I would be anywhere near as happy.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah. So I'm Kaushal Shah. I'm at Weill Cornell, New York City. I'm the vice chair of education there. And I just want to make a comment before I get into my story, which is I love today's whole day. Everyone has been so vulnerable and talking about all the stumbling things that they've gone through. And we know that just telling people that they're not alone when things like that happen is so life-changing for them. And there actually is I remember one of these leadership books I read, it talks about kids in college, when they show up to college, right, and you don't know anybody for the most part, and they want to see like which kids transfer, drop out, don't do well, and so they split up the group. One group, all they were told was, listen, transitioning is hard. Everyone feels like they have no friends, they don't know what clubs to join. Just telling them, everyone feels that way. And the other group, they just said, just go to college. And what they found was the group that was told, don't worry, everyone has a rough transition. They had better grades, less dropouts, less transfers. It's just amazing. And I don't think us as leadership, we share that enough. We just expect that students who generally are very successful, by the time they get to med school and residency, they've checked every box, right? They've pleased everybody. You say, what are the criteria? And they figure it all out, right? And then life gets hard. Residency's hard. There's no one has not had a patient that died on them that they didn't expect, right? And you go home and you think about it for weeks. Everybody's had an M&M that they had to present, and I think we should spend more time having talks like this and like the whole day of leaders saying.
It's interesting. I've heard a lot of like imposter syndrome talks, where it's like it's okay to feel like an imposter, and that doesn't necessarily hit the same, because it's like better to show, not tell. And you guys showing me that it's okay to feel the feelings you're feeling, it's much better than just saying, oh yeah. So yeah, why don't you?
Yeah. So I'll tell you my story. Yes.
Okay.
So I was the program director at Mount Sinai Emergency Medicine. Back in 2016-ish, and there was a big award. It was the AOA, Alpha Omega Alpha, like fellows and leadership. And in a magazine, I saw Brian Klein, if you know him from Brown. He was their PD before, and he got this award a couple of years before that. And I was like, oh wow, if Brian can do it, I can do it. I didn't know him at the time, but I did reach out to him, and I said, hey, tell me about this award. You get like $25,000 for like personal development. And for me, this was my second curve. I was like, okay, I'm mid-career at this point. I could use $25,000 for my personal development, and this would be a nice award, and it's a high-level award. So I reached out to Brian. He told me, like, these are things that you need to do. So I was diligent. You have to create a project as well. So you have to have a mentor at the highest levels of the hospital. So first I had to tell my chair, who was my mentor, that I was interested in this project, and he said, okay, I'll introduce you to the president. But first I had to go through the DIO, because my project was going to be around a leadership curriculum for residents and fellows in the whole institution. So it was a big project, because, again, they give you some protected time. So I talked to the DIO, who I kind of knew, because I was the PD, so we were in GME meetings together. But then I had to meet with the president, and it was literally, he didn't know who I was, so it was an hour-long meeting. First he said, come meet with me. So an hour-long, sit down. I told him about the project. He wanted to get to know me, because he had to write a letter and be my mentor for this project. So a lot of I was preparing for this. I was talking to people about what is this guy like. So I was all in, and then of course I didn't get the award, right? And so I had to go with my tail between my legs and go tell all these people that all this planning, because we created this project and we were going to do, many things at the institutional level, and it didn't work out. So it was, and I wish someone had told me this, but it was like, I shouldn't be embarrassed, because we know that you miss 100% of the shots you don't make, right? That was, I think, Wayne Gretzky. And so I should have just been proud that I actually, took a swing at this, but that's not how I felt. I felt it was embarrassing. I felt like I kind of let people down. I put in all this time, and again, I was a guy who had been very successful all along with not a lot of kind of public failures. So it was tough. However, things did, after a while, you get over it, and you say, listen, I had this big plan, but instead, I created a smaller plan, meaning we created a leadership curriculum just for my residents, my EM residents. We had a lecture series. We had them do projects. So I took pieces of the bigger project and implemented it anyway. I had done the work, and then we had, I actually got an SAEM abstract out of it. So we were able to pivot, just a bit. And then what was really cool is that the AOA fellowship, they actually called me like a few months before the next year's deadline and said, hey, would you consider reapplying? And that's when they started telling me that part of the reason I didn't get it was that only a couple of years ago, Brian Klein, who's also emergency medicine, got it, and this is open to all physicians, so it was the wrong timing for me, right? So this is, one of our take-home messages. Sometimes it's not your project or what you did or who you are, but it's just circumstance. And so then I reapplied, and then I actually got it, so which was kind of cool. And then the institution, like actually the president came down to the ED to like congratulate me. So it was kind of the whole thing ended up working out well, and a lot of other lessons along the way, which is again, I got to meet tons of people at high levels. I actually ended up getting the award, and I learned that failure's okay, and you just got to keep going up to bat and keep swinging, and the more swings, the more home runs.
Great, thank you so much.
So I'm Jennifer Mitzman. I am an EM and PEM physician, so I do my emergency medicine at Ohio State, and then I practice pediatric emergency medicine at Nationwide Children's Hospital, both in Columbus, Ohio. And one of the things that I kind of wanted to talk about today was an issue that I had around promotion. I think, so I was about 5 years out of fellowship the first time I went up for promotion to associate professor. As someone who's dual trained, I was already like sort of in a weird, like none of the EM people, like it's like a black hole over there where I do some peds stuff with small humans and then I come back and I do adult things, and the peds people, Department of Pediatrics is like, we don't know what any of that is. And so, I knew that it was a little bit of a kind of a push in terms of, that part, kind of explaining like the two sides to each other. But I didn't get promoted, and the feedback that I got, there was kind of like a procedural error that didn't get handled very well, and so similarly, to kind of what Kushal was describing, there's like you feel kind of embarrassed, right? You feel like this whole thing got like discussed by like everyone in your department who outranks you, which is, at the time, like a lot of people. So, feeling kind of that embarrassment, and also a bit of, for me, I do think, being a physician is not my entire identity, and I've worked hard to make sure that it's not, but it is a big part of it, and there's not other physicians in my family, there's not other professors in my family, and so, it's hard to kind of find people outside of work who like understood like why I even like cared so much about this, but then I also didn't feel super great about talking to the people at work about it because, again, all of those other sort of factors that we kind of talked about, and sort of, navigating through like the feelings part of it, I felt like was pretty tricky for me. I'm not like a super public emoter as a baseline, I would say, and so, it definitely kind of pushed on that piece, and then, as I had kind of some of these conversations, particularly because, in my case there was like a procedural kind of error, it shed some light on kind of some department level inequities that I think existed at that time. And I will say we have come a long way. So I know I told you where I work, and please, don't like think that, I'm still there, right? So like that should tell you something. We really kind of, in digging into this, uncovered that, we were struggling with, particularly women, to get advanced in our department. We've been a department for 35 years. We had a single female full professor, period, ever, which is no longer the case. And, just sort of the piece that is individual, and it's easy to like kind of wallow in that and focus just on that. But to be honest, like the more, once I was able to open up and get over sort of that like personal sting, the change that we've been able to manifest by talking about it more and by saying like, hey, if this is the bar, it can't be there for some and up here for others and down here for others, and we have to be holistic but also fair, and I think we've been able to really grow as a group, and that for me has, I think, probably like mitigated the sting more than anything, right? It's fine to like talk to your friends or talk to your colleagues in the department, but I think for me what like kind of helped me get past the failure was making sure that it didn't kind of just perpetuate the cycle forever, that the choices weren't just like you wait forever or you leave, which is what I had sort of seen happening before.
It's great that you were able to take this situation and kind of make it better for the future.
But it sucks in the moment.
Well,
sure does. Totally.
None of these felt good.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can imagine every single one here hearing your story or any of these stories, like, oh man, like, yeah. All right, so I'm L.A. Alvarez. I'm the Director of Wellbeing at Stanford, and I run the peer support program for the institution. I am the past chair, as of today, of the Wellness Committee here, and other titles. And I'm sharing that because about 5-6 years ago, I am a recovering APD. I was an APD and was part of the county hospital within Stanford. A way of background is that I applied to Stanford for medical school and residency, and I got immediately rejected. And I knew, actually, because when I became an APD, I learned that we had a cutoff for grades. And so if you didn't make a certain grade for your step 1, you will automatically get the Dear John letter. And I know that because I was one of those people then that would send a Dear John letter. And so I was one of those. And so I, pretty much swore off Stanford, that I would never work for Stanford. And But I trained in New York, in the Bronx, and I really love county hospital, and so I worked at a county hospital. And this is how much I studied or researched my job application. I only found out about the connection with Stanford during the interview because they didn't want to advertise that working there, we were going to be an affiliate of Stanford. So fast forward several years later, and I really enjoyed that place. I love emergency medicine. I thrived in that place. I was the assistant medical director, which meant that I was that person that would make people change things or do things or make things better, faster, more efficient, which meant a lot of enemies. Fast forward with the landscape of emergency medicine, our group got taken over. That group has been there for a couple of decades. And they needed an APD to stay because otherwise, it's going to be a big deal for Stanford to not have a county hospital. And so I stayed, but I negotiated because, as you know, when the CMG takes over, your salary kind of drops. And I said, I'm a full partner of this one group. You're about to pay me a third less of what I was getting paid. I don't mind just getting paid what I'm getting paid now. I just don't want to get a downgrade with my pay. And so essentially, I didn't know this then until later, that I was the most paid faculty in the department because of being an APD. And so after a year, they really needed to get rid of me because I was costing them a lot of money, because also, as the CMG, who eventually got replaced, they just wanted the initial in for that big county to train a bunch of people and then kind of funnel through the different other interconnections with Stanford. And so I was essentially, they were trying to find reasons for me to be let go. And I wish they just told me hey, we can't afford you, just go somewhere else. But no, they went with you wanted to put a transvenous pacer and the nurses are not trained to do that. And so now they're upset. And I was all right, well, let's investigate, because that's a thing that we are, I am board certified, trained to do. And then they were well, but then there's another thing. And then so it became very clear that no matter what conversation was happening, that, and again, because it's a CMG, I signed off my due process. And so they basically told me, I was you know what, in 3 months, you will no longer be part of the schedule. And mind you, as an APD at Stanford, I was working 4 shifts at the mothership, but only getting paid for one, so I get paid for the clinical shifts, 3 shifts, and I get paid 1 shift for being an APD. And so I didn't really have a lot of hours to then bank into having a full professional career. And that was the time when we also transitioned to a new chair. And so there was a hiring hiatus. And so I was really put in a position where crap, I need to find a job somewhere else. And so I started moonlighting 4 hours away. They would fly me there, tried to navigate all of this. And what that taught me was that in as much as I love that county hospital. I remember the conversation with the chair when we had that conversation. He asked me, he's like, what's going to happen to you? And I was like, I'm going to be fine, right? And not to say like I knew what I was going to do. And I said it's because I'm a board certified emergency physician with a great training. I will find a job somewhere. But I will miss this place. I will miss the patients here because there is a true mission that I believe in this place. And so when I eventually transitioned to Stanford full time, I didn't know that we got paid more at Stanford than at the county place, because all those times in my mind, like, oh, why would you go to academia? Because they don't get paid a lot. But these are just things that I didn't know that you ask people around, like, hey, how much you get paid at Stanford? How much you get paid at this other? So I never asked those. And so had I known that, I would have transitioned a lot earlier. Because of my transition to Stanford, I bought my condo within like 2 years. I have sabbatical. I mean, like, I got to meet the Dalai Lama last year. Like, all of these things that never would have happened if I was still in that place. And Christina Shenby, Dr. Shenby, I love her. I always learn something really profound when I listen to her talks. And so last year, the book that I learned from her was this book, The Ruthless Elimination of Hurry, which is very classic for like EM. Like we try to be so busy. And the line that she reminded me from that book was that when she heard about my sabbatical, it's like, hey, you're simply allowing your soul to catch up with your body. And I'm sharing this because last year, a couple of years ago, when I got promoted to associate, a good friend of mine asked me, it's like, how are you celebrating? And I was like, I didn't think do we celebrate being, like, to move up to the next level? Because I think that's just like a thing, right? So when I heard that, and then I paused, and I was like, wow, like, I got so immersed into this, like, academic ladder that, like, I forgot to appreciate that there are things that we've accomplished over the years. And so now I do, and I pause a lot. And also because knowing that, and this is going to sound weird for somebody in the wellness space, truly the institution does not care about me, any of us, right? Like, we're easily replaceable. And in fact, as emergency physicians, our specialty makes us very replaceable. If I get sick tomorrow for a shift, somebody is going to take that shift, and the patient will not know the difference because they don't know that I was going to be that person working. And so knowing all of that and embracing that, now I invest in myself. And so if I needed time off, I take the time off. I take 2 vacations. So like when Christine said, like, I travel, I really travel a lot. And I did this since residency. Like, for me, one of the things that make me well is I travel. So twice a year, I will have an away message that I will not respond to you because I will not respond to you. And I am gone for at least 2 weeks. And I continue doing that, including like taking advantage of sabbatical, taking advantage, like on Saturday, I'm flying back to Dharamshala because of a conference that I was invited to be a part of, right? Like, all of these I'm sharing is that I don't have a lot of like ball sports analogies, but I can tell you that I have a lot in my failure resume. But what I've learned over the years, especially having moved to Stanford, is this idea in design thinking of a couple of things. Fail fast, fail often. By failing fast, especially my role as the director of well-being, I have a lot of initiatives that fail. Like, and there's a couple of people here in my department, so they can keep me honest. Like, I have a lot of failed projects, and that's very helpful for me, actually. I love it when it fails immediately because then I don't have to devote a lot of emotions into that. I can then quickly pivot and figure out another way. But the thing is, so long as I continue, so one of the things that I do for myself, and part of my role is I meet with the chair every month because I don't want to be blindsided like 3 months later, like, you're failing. No, like, when I was asked to be the director of well-being in my department, full disclosure, we have the highest burnout in all of Stanford. Just like emergency medicine is the highest burnout in all of medicine. I asked my chair, we're first name basis in our department, but I asked my chair, it's like, if I don't change the ranking of burnout in our department, will you fire me? And she laughed. She looked at me, and I was like, no, like, this is a serious question. Like, if that, like, I want to know what the metrics for success for me, being the well-being director. And so now, that's why I joked earlier, it's like, Christina's just trying to clarify, like, what are the rules for this talk and what are we supposed to cover? Because for me, like, I love rules and I love constraints because it just tells me to do what else I can do so long as I follow this. And that is so liberating.
Well, and I think one of the things that you mentioned is you mentioned your failure resume. I can't remember which author it is, but I've seen we shouldn't be asking people for their success resume. Why don't we look at their failure resume? Because if you have nothing on your failure resume, I'm not sure I want to work with you. You haven't tried hard enough.
We know those residents, actually, the ones that can't take feedback because they've never failed before. And so we see that a lot in our shop, like the fragile perfects. Like, all of a sudden they get like,
And they're not going to do well in emergency medicine.
Yeah.
So I want to see your failure. I'd rather have somebody who has struggled on USMLEs and worked hard and come from nothing, because they're teachable, right? None of us would be where we are today if we hadn't failed, and we've all failed. And you may have failed privately, but I will say the other thing I wanted to say on the other side, I am still learning to celebrate myself. I have a coach, and I was talking to her, and she's like, every time I ask you for a win, you do a caveat to it and say a but. Hey, your name got put up for this position, but then you said, but I don't know that they'll pay me very well, and I need to get the description. And I was like, those are legitimate concerns, but they said you should do this job. Like, that's cool. And remembering it, and she's like, how are you going to celebrate yourself when you do this? I said, I don't know. I do a lot of the stuff anyways, but consider that. Consider celebrating the good things, because sometimes it's really hard to find. And sometimes it's like, hey, I woke up this morning. That's a good thing. Right?
I have those days.
Like, have you seen the adult stickers that are like, I put on a bra today, I did the dishes, I showered. Like, sometimes I need those stickers.
Yeah, and I tell my resident that sometimes, like when I work and it's like just one of those days, I was like, hey, I have clouds in my sky today. It's gonna be a B+ day for me today, and that's me. And so it just sets the tone that like it's okay. I think it normalizes that happens. And I will also just add, there's for me the fail fast, fail often. It's also helpful to remind me that there's also false fails. There's a lot of failures that I've done in even just in my role in the well-being space that it failed because either I was the one leading it and it was just like, it was too much for like this one particular group, or it was just not the right time or the right money or the right something. And then so I just wait for somebody else to complain about it. And I was like, oh, remember this thing that we talked about 2 years ago?
Let's do it.
Yeah, a couple things you said that resonated with me. I mean, talking about the fail passing. I think that like a lot of times you have these things on the back burner that you call it procrastination. I think the reality is you're afraid that it will fail, so you just delay that failure, and then it just clutters your mind with all these things. And it might be better to just either give it up or do it and fail it and move on, just to declutter your mind instead of just keeping this fear of failure. It reminds me, I used to paintball, and
Is that almost a ball sports analogy?
right at the beginning, we shoot each other with the paintball because that fear of getting hit will make you not be a good player. But the second you get hit, okay, you're good to
That's
go.
like snowboarding when you
So it's
fall.
like-
Yeah,
exactly.
learn how to fall,
You
yeah.
kind of get it out of the way. And the second thing you kind of said that I thought was really interesting is about your overall kind of outlook. I think like a lot of us could like fail and really get deep in the hole and like lose like the big picture. But this kind of idea of like, I'm gonna be fine in the long run. Like I'm smart, I'm capable, I'm well liked, I'm gonna get a job, emergency medicine, whatever. Keeping that like. That
To be
motivation.
clear, it was a very shitty situation. And you know how I knew it? I was, and this is like a tiny flex, but really because I love traveling. I took a vacation after that meeting from the chair, and so I had a decision, like, do I try to rectify this, or do I just say, like, you know what, like, sounds good, like, peace. And I was in, can you hear, oh.
Yeah, she has a question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have a
I will
couple-
get
we
the
have a couple
question.
questions,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll finish the story because I think it's a good reminder for me that I was walking somewhere in Norway, like a bunch of like awesome nature. And normally, like right now, I just said it, like I got goosebumps, like that truth of energy. But I was walking into this wonderful place, and it was blah, right? And I recognized that blah, and I was like, this is not good. I was scared, because like it's not angry. It's actually a better feeling, because anger means that I still care. But when it was blah, I was so worried that I was gonna quit like medicine or something, because I was like, it was my identity. I've never been asked to like, we are no longer gonna put you on schedule. And so I needed that moment to like, I mean, it was great because it was a hike. So I like, in that hike, that's all I can think of. I was like, what do I do? And at the end of that hike, literally, I sent an email. There was no GPT then. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. It was none of that. I was like, I thought about it, and I will take your offer. Now, please remove me from the schedule. Because that sentence, for me, please remove me from the schedule, I own the decision then, right? And that, I will always take that, because I would never give them the voice for taking that narrative away from me. So yeah, it's a shitty situation. And again, like, because I was able to deal with it in the moment, I think that's why I was able to like, yeah, I'm gonna get it. Because those are truth also. Like I can be fired essentially and still feel like there's a wonderful world out there. And also I can have all of these wonderful world out there and still feel shitty because I just got fired.
Owning the narrative is huge, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest with you, it doesn't sound like you all failed, right? It sounds like you were, at some level.
It definitely failed in the moment.
Shady situation, right? And so I guess my question, honestly, is like, because it's so, some of these situations are so shady, right? You're just gonna extricate yourself.
Yeah.
But like, what if you're in like a shady situation, or like you had like frank discrimination, for instance?
Yeah.
Like, how do you decide? I guess my question is, how do you decide to fight that versus say, I'm out?
So
Right?
I think you have to decide, A, what's best for your mental health, right? Sometimes fighting for everybody else and framing it, not fighting just for yourself as well as everybody else is worth it to you. But sometimes, actually, for your mental health, you just need to say, F all of you, I'm done, right? And sometimes you burn some bridges by saying, F all of you, but I'm still gonna get a lawyer and we're gonna fix this, right, with the discrimination. But you are the only person who knows how you,
Yeah.
the biggest thing is you have to take control, because all of us have owned the narrative in some way, shape, or form. And until you do that, if you're a victim and you own that victim mentality, you're gonna be miserable. So take control of the narrative and decide what is the best way for you to do it. And it's still a shitty situation that you have to extricate yourself from. And you have to be able to, first of all, you have to have the freedom to be able to extricate yourself, right? Because if you're in a shitty situation and you have to have that paycheck, granted, we always have jobs in Peoria, Illinois, so if you need to get rid of anything, you're welcome to come. We all get paid the same amount of money per hour, there's no change, so you're always welcome to come and find a job with us. But own the narrative, and then figure out what your mental health can take.
Yeah, I mean, I think the line is different, right? I mean, when I called, I mean, my situation went to the provost of the university. I called to the women's center on campus, and they were like, fucking emergency medicine. Why is it always emergency medicine, right? Like, that's not the answer you want to hear. And that was a verbatim quote, so I apologize for the profanity. But like that, and I don't blame the long line who was like, yeah, this is not the fight I want to fight, right? I have tremendous respect for all of those people. Everybody's line in the sand is different, right? There's fights over the years that I'm sure every single one of us looks back on and is like, I am not picking that fight. Like, I don't have the energy, I don't have the mental,
Exhausting.
like, I'm tired, I'm just tired and I'm not doing it. And then, sometimes for whatever reason, and it's like very intrinsic to you, like you decide that it is the fight you want to pick. But I think that's a really personal choice, and there's not a right and wrong. And even the same exact scenario, put a different person in it, and they might make a different choice, and that's totally fine.
I like the concept of the withins and the beyonds, because sometimes we forget that we're actually, I think that I'll tie this up. I wrote a note here about imposterism. I'll tie this into that sense of being an imposter, that we're not good enough. And so sometimes when you're in that moment, it feels like the world is like collapsing and I have no choice. But when we were forced to essentially move somewhere else or choose to do something different, you realize how much more opportunities are out there and how much work we've done. And we earned that. We've worked our asses off to get to where we are now, and nobody gets to take that away from us. And so I think that when that happens and that gets taken away from me, for instance, that just means I'm no longer part of that group. It's no surprise that most of my work is focused on belonging, because the places that made me not feel like I belong, like, I'm glad I'm no longer there, right? But also it's a good reminder that I now get to play a part in making that space for other people. And so yeah, it can be very shitty to be in a situation where it feels hopeless. I learned this yesterday, that the 3 words of safety, dignity, and belonging, if you can find a place we can get that, and it may not be at your shop, it may be a reminder that, you know what, I've really reflected on this, and I am a board-certified emergency physician. There's a lot of jobs out there. And it's also empowering to just look at those jobs to remind me, like I did this. I still do this, actually. I open those, like, we're looking for a chair in this. I look at that, and then I say, no, I really love my job. But that's a choice now, as opposed to being put in that situation where there's not a lot of choices, it seems. You had your hand up.
I did earlier, some of it you guys talked about, but I wanted to talk more about, you guys talked about creating your narrative, and a lot of it, what I hear is, I didn't get this, I found something else, I was just happy there. But sometimes it doesn't always feel that way.
Of course.
And it doesn't feel that way along the way. And so, and also, people have questions to ask. They'll say, how did your project go, or where you wrote the tenure, or those kinds of
Sure.
things. And sometimes you need a one-liner that makes it really easy to communicate, but and maintains your respect for
Yeah.
yourself. Doesn't make you look like you're angry.
Yeah.
Or you know, and so I wondered how you guys, what did you say along the way, and how much did you open up to people who were critical?
Ooh, great question. That last part is a great question.
So what I described happened back in 2013. It has only been in the last year.
I was gonna
That
say.
I can talk about it
Yeah.
without like losing my shit.
Yeah.
And I did a lot of, just trying to own up to residents. Because has anybody here done the DISC communication style?
Yeah.
I'm a D and a C. So I'm a blunt perfectionistic bitch is how I come off. Most people are like a D and an I, or an S and a C, or something like that. And I'm a D and a C. And it's like D and C. Like, there's no, like, sort of anything. It's both of them. And so that does not go over very well, especially as a woman. And so that narrative, and this was not at the shop I'm at now. I have left the shop that I was at. So I didn't talk a lot about it because first of all, I hadn't, new shop, new people, no friends, right? Because I didn't train there. I talked to a couple people that I knew from outside, but I was just kind of by myself, and it sucks. And it's one of the things, like Ellie said, is helping my residents and helping everybody else create failure friends and people I can talk to, and someone on the outside who can help me say, that sucks, I've been there, how are you gonna create it? Like, now I'm that person for everybody else, because I didn't have a way to own that narrative then. Like, there's other narratives I've had to own now. And I try and be as neutral as possible, right? You know what, I realized I didn't really love critical care. I didn't have a chance to interact with the emergency, or I didn't love intensive care. I love critical care, which is what we do in the emergency department. I don't love intensive care medicine at all. And I really, part of being an emergency doc is I love working with emergency residents, and I only got to do that 7 times a month, and that was not enough time for me to get to know you or you to get to know me. So this is a better situation for me, that I get to spend all of my time in the ER and teach you how to do critical care in the ER. So that's kind of the narrative I said. It's kind of bullshit, but that's how I owned it.
I embraced the Ted Lasso, be like a goldfish, and just, 6 seconds of memory. And so I just kind of brush it. I mean, it maybe not be the healthiest, but I just got busy with other things because all of us in academics have plenty on our plates. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Just find the next nut and just get busy with that. So yeah, I kind of brushed it under the rug, which may not be the healthiest, but it worked for me.
And they say time heals all wounds, right?
Yeah.
That's why it's probably not the best for you to reply like immediately. You need to go take a long hike and like really think about what you're saying before you replied, right?
Yeah, I think it's helpful to have though like a canned response, like ready to go. And depending on the scenario, right? We're talking mostly about professional things, but there are personal things too that happen, and just like it's often helpful. I appreciate your coming, from a good place, but like I have to not talk about that right now, or I have to, not talk about that at work, and just having kind of like your one-liner so that your boundary is there, and people who are close to you may push on that, and and that's okay if it's okay with you, outside of the work environment, but just having kind of what you're gonna.
I see your hand. I'm gonna rip on really one sec. One thing though, I think because we're in it, I'm in it, that when somebody asks me the question, it feels like I owe them the explanation. What I've learned over the years is that, number one, they actually don't care. They're just asking for curiosity. And so for the most of those like asking for curiosity, I have a different response, like, oh yeah, totally did not work out. Or something like very bland, right? Like, because it totally did not work out. However, if I wait for them to ask twice. Because if they ask twice, I lean in because maybe they're going through something that I can share something about my experience that will maybe they would find some solace that they're not alone in it. So that second question is very critical. So then most of the time I just thought, yeah, it totally did not work out, or like, yeah, failed, I would do this, like I would fumble, and then I would move on because I don't owe them an explanation. But when they do ask the second time, then I'm a little bit more curious. And oftentimes what I found, and it's actually not about me, they're going through something similar, and then it's a great way to connect with them. I'm a recovering APD.
Yeah.
Recovering is another one. Yeah. So I felt like I would better to retire because it made it feel like it's my, yes, it was rejection, but I decided to stop pursuing it because it made me feel better. That's how I personally
But it took a lot of talking to people, and also when I took on my new role, one of my asks for my chair is I need a coach, and I need a coach that I don't pay. Like I have them pay for it because in order for me to be effective in my new role, I need a coach. And so then again, like every single year, I have asked the department to invest in me. Because again, I'm replaceable. And so when they replace me next year, that's great. I've had like 5 years of investment now, like for my own development to make me a much more lucrative, like emergency medicine doctor.
I just want to make one more quick comment. When we talk about failing fast, one of the things I've learned is calling everything, like I like doing new things too. We try things, call it a pilot, then you never fail.
I know.
Right? Because it's like, oh yeah, we'll move on to the next thing.
Or failure fail as an acronym, first attempt in learning. It was the first attempt I had, right? I'm going to learn something different. Like you don't have to, it doesn't have to be a negative. Because if you didn't try it, you wouldn't have done something different, right?
I think something similar that you think that is a data point. It's just, it doesn't work when you do it this way. And now I know that it's a data point.
Yeah.
But it is still very confusing.
Oh, yeah.
But if you do a big project and everybody's like on board, and then it doesn't work out, then it's harder than if you just call it a pilot. I feel like then it's everyone's like, it's a pilot. It's fine. It's okay. We'll
I wish though that in our specialty we can find space that we can talk more about this, because I think that oftentimes we see each other. Like if I didn't sit here, we've talked about this, right? But for the most part, we don't know that people are actually struggling or have struggled significantly to get to where they are. And so we look at them and it's like, wow, they're like doing amazing things. I was like, no, it's been a shitty road like to get there. And also there's some wonderful things. But I think we need spaces like this to talk about it and reflect on it.
And you can also create those spaces in your department. So for example, my residents get a lot of crumble because if I'm having a bad day and I'm working after crumble opens, they usually get crumble as an apology. And, you know, hey, I'm having a bad day.
Cookies, yeah, it's cookies.
And,
Yeah.
like, and it's like, I'll be like, so I'm not having the greatest day, just FYI. Here's a present. It's to warn you in case I'm a bitch. It's me, not you. But here's for putting up with me for the day. But by that, if I'm saying, hey, I'm having a tough day, they'll joke with it. They'll sometimes bring me other stuff, like from the cafeteria and stuff like that. But then when they're having a bad day, they'll be like, hey, Stamen, can you take this because I can't do this right now. I can't, frequent flyer. I can't deal with this frequent flyer right now. Something like that. So once I've modeled it, they'll model it back. So you can be that safe space. You don't have to create a physical safe space.
What do you guys find coaches? I once was online for coaches, and I submitted my stuff to the website.
Sure.
And I got responses back from 15 different options, everything from someone who seems really well qualified to a 22-year-old girl who suffered with depression.
Yeah.
And none of them would seem to be.
So there are a number of docs who are going in who have done coaching certifications. I think Jeremy Branzetti is actually doing a talk in the next couple days.
Yeah.
Pam Dine has done coaching. Fiona Gallaty was just finishing a coaching certificate. She's focusing on folks in transition. I have a business coach because I'm doing financial coaching for folks. But I would say if you're going to look for a coach, find someone who's in the physician space, and there's a bunch of people out there who've done physician coaching certifications of some sort, because our job is different. And there's a bunch of folks in the EM world who have been there, done that. So that's my personal one. And if you just Google emergency medicine or physician coach, you'll find some folks out there. Or you can reach out, we know people.
I'm the very opposite. I don't like to have a physician coach because then they're going to tell me what their lived experience is, and I want an outside perspective. I want to know what other people are doing so that I can apply that in my world. And so I specifically, and actually it took an argument because my chair was worried that whoever my coach was may not be familiar with an academic structure, but I was able to find an aligned argument that the first coach that I had was a design thinker. Who wrote a book, and the second that my coach right now, who's I've had for a couple of years now, does a lot of work on the DEI space, and so I need to be able to have a way to communicate in such a way that I can talk to different styles, different personalities, different leadership ranks, and that person for me gives me that opportunity.
Well, and whoever it is, it's like they talk about with a therapist, you're going to have some extra.
Yeah, it's like a dating game.
No one should ask you for dollars until you've had at least 2, 3, 4 conversations with them over Zoom or in person. Because you may not fit. You may be like, you offer something that I don't want, or I want something you don't offer, or I just don't like you.
Yeah.
Right? So you have to find the right person, and it might be a non-physician, it might be a physician, it might be a non-emergency medicine physician. You might talk to someone who's a life coach, but really you need a transition coach, or you need a business coach, or you need something. So
they cost money.
22-year-olds aren't going to help you. That's not.
Yeah.
You were going to say something.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was going to say, I think the fit is a huge challenge. One of my sort of pet peeves about coaching is people who have left medicine and then coach people to stay in medicine, right? And so I struggle with that. And so like you, I haven't necessarily had the best experiences with coaching. I have had much more benefit from counseling than coaching. So I think, different things work for different people. So I just wanted to name that, what you're needed for. Yeah.
I did
they're different.
specifically, I had to have a really hard conversation, and I regularly, but I said,
Yeah, they did it
To
too,
practice
yeah.
the hard time.
It was really helpful.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was like a really stressful conversation that went so beautifully, and I was like, I'm so grateful that I had that. I took the emotion out of the conversation and was able to just
Yeah.
practice straight.
It really is that. It's like practicing what I normally would say to my chair or to somebody with this one person who, again, is not part of the department or the institution. And so I can have that like very, very frank conversation. And then I also tell them from the very beginning, like, I want you to be like tough with me. Like, I trained in the Bronx, you can be tough with me. If you say like, congratulations, you're wonderful, like, fired. Like, we are not going to continue with this relationship.
Well, thank you all for coming. Like any good session, I think it's good to just have some key takeaways. And so I'm just gonna, what I got from a lot of this. I think, it's important to normalize potholes, rejections, pivoting along your academic journey. It's rare that any of the people that have made it have been a straight shot. Everyone's path is their own, no two paths in academics is alike. Use failure, setbacks as impetus for growth. One of my favorite quotes from Nelson Mandela is, I never lose, I win or I learn. And it seems like a lot of us are discussing similar situations. There might be time if faced with rejection to not give up or accept it, but rather kind of keep fighting and seeing if there's anything we can learn from this. There are many reasons academic rejection may occur. I think, you talked about how you thought it was you, but it was the current situation. It was a ER doc recently, and so they wanted to give it another year. So you don't know if it's timing, applicants, particular reviewers, biases, holes in your application, whatever it is. It doesn't mean that it's not going to occur, but you should try again. And it's also normal to go through the stages of grief after a failure. We all kind of go through it, and there's ways you can get out of it through mentorship and talking to people and reflecting and going on hikes.
I don't hike, by the way. That was like 7 years ago.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for coming. Our vendors. I want to thank